Hey there, everybody! It's Late Night Tabletop Talks. I'm your host, Sen. This is my other host, Perry, and here's our third host for the night and possibly a permanent member, Car.
Hello, it's me.
Yep. We got a full house of DMs right now. We got your resident Onyx and Empire. We got your soon-to-be Pathfinder, and we got our Wheel of Time board right here.
Yup. Yosemite.
Starting off, as you can tell from our list tonight, we're going to be having what seems to be about 6 different discussions. Well, 6 technically. We have the Unearthed Arcana that came before the most recent one with the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer and the Lurker of the Deep Warlock. We got a section talking about Adventures of Onyx in the last session that just occurred. We got a Wheel of Time overview and discussion, which is part of the reason why we have Kari here. We got the Empire of Dragon review and discussion. We got more Magical Frontier notes, and then we got our closing thoughts. So let's start off tonight with the Unearthed Arcana. So first things first, the Unearthed Arcana for tonight focuses on the Sorcerer and the Warlock. So Perry, tell me about the Sorcerer. Tell me about the Sorcerer for 5th edition before we start getting into these subclasses.
Okay, the Sorcerer. Just to give a bullet point overview. Disclaimer: I have not really played around with the Sorcerer, so I'm not the end-all be-all authority. That's Mike Merles. So
I have played with Sorcerer. I have several Sorcerer NPCs.
I have played a sorcerer, I think, once. That's one time. That's all you need, man.
Yeah, so huge varying degrees of experience here, but the Sorcerer is kind of meant to be the spontaneous spellcaster, the absolute spontaneous spellcaster. The Sorcerer, unlike say the Warlock or the Cleric that kind of derives the Warlock, Cleric, or Paladin, who derives their powers from outside sources, i.e. gods or otherworldly beings that they've made a contract with. The Sorcerer is all the magic is innate. They basically automatically get whatever they do, which kind of sets them apart because instead of having to worry about finding new spells or having to go train under someone to get a new ability, it's the Sorcerer could be sitting at the bar and all of a sudden the wild mage sorcerer at the other end of the bar somehow fired off a fireball.
Centered on himself.
Nice.
Yeah.
He's both self-reliant in that they don't need to go other places they have to rely on something else to get their power. But the flip side is either A, it's sporadic, wild mage, or you're derived from a specific family or group of, your power comes from a lineage, basically your family tree.
Yep. In fact, the official subclasses for the Sorcerer are as follows: the Divine Soul, where you're derived from some godlike being that's either good, evil, or neutral in some way, and lawful in chaos. Then we have the Draconic Sorcerer, which we all know where this comes from. Someone shagged a dragon in the past. It was probably a bard, and now it's running in your family.
Let's be real. The dragon probably shagged them.
Yeah, that's true. We got a Shadow Sorcerer, which means that you're derived from some Shadowfell energy, which are resident Warlock multiclass in the Sorcerer of the party at Empire, who with Longbottom is in fact a Shadow Sorcerer due to his backstory. Nice. You got your Storm Sorcerer, which means you're derived from, which for reference, I'm currently looking at it right now. Your innate magic comes from the power of elemental air, so it's usually a near-death experience with weather of some type.
Yep. Klaus, I think, is one of those.
Or, of course, as very much several times, wild. Somewhere or another, you were exposed to raw magical power, and now, every time you cast a spell, you have a chance of fucking up everyone's day.
That has happened a couple of times in Empire Dragons, and it has been the most interesting. It turns a already tense encounter into one of the more interesting moments in any game.
And we want lightning within 20 feet.
Yes.
Good boy Decimo comes in with the lightning, kills several ogres, and turns Zoya's hair into fucking frizz.
Hey. If the whole party is bouncing around with afros, all they have to do is go hit up the disco. The disco dancing floor after the dungeon.
Oh my god. But yeah, so the main stick of the sorcerer is that you were born with your spells, and as a result, you're usually going to get them from your bloodline. But they also get a special thing called sorcery points, which is where they can create spell slots, they can break down spell slots and turn them into more points, or they can invoke special meta magic that can help them with their spells. Like maybe they can cast it farther away, make 2 different versions of it to attack 2 different people, make it powerful, make it go max damage, or even cause some people to not get hit by it. It's just handy all around. So your sorcerer is very much the tactical guy. While they are DPS, they do get a bit of a tactical edge to them. And if you're multi-class right, they turn into Machine of Death. Coffee lock.
What Shen is referring to right now, there is a particular multi-class between the Warlock and Sorcerer. Funny enough, we'll be talking about Warlock in a little bit. But to summarize it, because of the Warlock's ability to make sorcery points and basically break down and rebuild spell slots, like at will, the Warlock, with its special ability of, being reliant on the short rest for regaining its magical abilities, the Sorcerer can literally can harvest spell slots on a short rest and keep up with the rest of the party who might be recharging on a short rest.
Yep, because they turn those Warlock spell slots into Sorcerer spell slots, and those don't go away until the long rest. So did someone say having 10 first level spell slots?
Dude, why not 20 cantrips?
That's not actually possible, but that'd be hilarious if that was the case. So, opinions on Sorcerer just at a base level. Car, what do you think of Sorcerer?
Opinions on Sorcerer. With a base level Sorcerer, I'm really big on the spontaneous casting. I'm not huge on preparing spells like beforehand. I just feel like as a new player, it's just a little bit of a management problem. It's also equally a great introduction to management. But if you want to play a mage without that unnecessary management, Sorcerer is definitely up there. Plus, there's like little quirks about Sorcerer, like wild magic. Like we see that with Desola?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it creates for pretty unique situations that I think can generate a lot of fun from players. Especially if it's like DM-controlled wild magic instead of random-controlled wild magic. It's pretty weird.
Yeah. Perry, what's your thought on Sorcerer?
It's very interesting. The class on its own lends itself to a whole lot of role-playing that can be done. Because, say you're a draconic sorcerer and you run across a dragon, well, that dragon could probably smell your lineage. Let's be honest here. And, that opens a whole avenue because that dragon could very well be a part of that lineage, or tertiary to it.
Yeah, and you do get bonuses based off what specific type of sorcerer you are on top of that.
I like how there's just kind of like two kind of different play styles built into the class, like the base class, because of wild magic versus draconic. Wild magic being really good for like a beer and pretzels game, where I just cast a second level spell or whatnot. DM, let's see what happens.
Roll me a d20! 19 or 20. Roll d100.
Have you ever thought about character-specific wild magic?
That can be fun. I think that'd be a good idea for Deslo specifically, because right now Deslo's thing is that he doesn't have to roll a d20 for it. If his emotions are bad enough, he rolls a straight up d100, and it turns into a straight up d100, and it turns into whatever I want. Or if what I usually do is I usually have it to where it's like Oh yeah, roll a d20. So you see that. For example, session 1. You
Yeah.
guys were heading towards the Dragon Citadel. There was construction outside the Dragon District. Deslo gets really, really, really upset. It gets really, really emotionally unstable, and an entire set of scaffolding just tumbles and crashes to the ground.
Ooh.
And Deslo knows what happens. No one else does. So Deslo's just
snap.
like, I'm sorry, and no one else noticed. Because everyone just thinks, oh, it's a freak accident. But nope, Deslo knows that they just fucking caused that scaffolding to fall down. Oh, they think that they did.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. So okay. So talking about that enough. Let's start. So talking about the sorcerer. Let's bring up the first Unearthed Arcana of the night. The Aberrant Mind Sorcerer, which you folks should be able to see right now. In fact.
See right.
Do you need a link card?
I'm looking at a stream. I don't see it.
Give it a second.
Oh, would you send the link on the stream?
Yeah, it's showing up on the stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it shows the window.
I thought you were gonna send it on like the picture, and I was like, oh.
Nope, they can see when I scroll.
Oh, that's
So,
cute.
Alright.
so starting off, who wants to read first? In fact, anyone?
I'll do it.
All right. So Aberrant Mind. Starting off, this is a first level feat. Aberrant Mind. This is the base description for it.
Yeah. Are you okay? The Aberrant Mind. An alien influence has wrapped its tendrils around you, warping your body, you in both mind and body and mind. Perhaps a psionic splinter lodged in your psyche after you suffered domination by an aboleth. Maybe you were born somewhere tainted by the far realm, a planar blot that changes you forever. Or perhaps mind flayers kidnap you, subjecting you to the nightmarish process of That's on a roll.
Ceramorphosis.
Sir,
Ceramorphosis.
what Card just said, but the transformation failed and left you altered.
So for reference, unpacking that first
Funky word there.
unpacking that first paragraph. So basically, the main idea of the sorcerer is that there's this thing in Dungeons and Dragons called psionics. It's very specific. It's different from magic in that it's based all around the mind and everything. For those of you who don't play a lot of 5e and probably didn't know about the Unearthed Arcana at the time, there was an Unearthed Arcana way back called the Mystic. It was a class that they were playtesting. It was, for reference, psionics has always been around since I want to say 3rd edition.
It's actually been around since 1st edition.
But the most prominent version of it was the Scion in 3.5, I want to say.
Yeah, just to give a slight little note, I know the 1st edition kind of history of psionics, and basically it was kind of in the back of the player's handbook as in one of the appendices, so it wasn't a major option, but it was there.
Yeah.
So, but the Mystic, that whole idea of the Mystic and psionics did eventually did really come into prominence in 3rd edition because of its math-heavy focus on characters.
Yeah, and currently that's one of the classes that people really want in 5e, but Mystic was a hit or miss, I want to say, when it comes to people's reaction to it. Some people thought it was really broken, but Perry currently plays a Mystic in Card's Wheel of Time game, and I've read a lot about mysticism in general. What are your guys' opinions on psionics in general so far?
Well, I mean, they're still eatable.
For reference, Shelfie got thrown by a ghost aboleth during a session of Wheel of Time.
That was a sad moment of week. Both of you know that.
It was.
That was really sad.
Yes, in his defense, the aboleth primarily targeted psionic users.
And smart people.
Yeah,
And smart people, yeah.
So, but on the DM side, really eatable, but any other,
So I feel like with the Mystic, you can get a lot of damage done, or from what I've seen with your class, you get a lot of damage done, but it has to be done in intervals. So it's usually good for dealing with boss battles and kind of just singular enemies, from what I'm seeing. But maybe if it's a horde battle, maybe not as well.
Yeah, admittedly, on the player end, slight note to that, I have noticed there is a handful of AoE type psionic spells within my archetype, within the psionic archetype I'm using. It's just those are locked into the fire area, and I rarely use AoE as of right now.
Yeah.
So it's that the AoE part of the spells and the class have yet to be seen, but they are there.
And like there's also like you could put all your points in one I feel like you could put all your points in one basket in one spell as well, which kind of makes it like that type of class, which makes it also very heavily subject to, or it'll be quite a challenge to do a long battle with a mystic. Whereas with the fighter, since you're basing it off of pretty much your primary stat, you can probably keep going and going until your health pool's down.
Yeah, the way I usually look at Mystic is play it like a spellcaster. Like you only fire off when you really need it, but it's mainly based around just keeping your points together as much as you can. And usually you don't even really need to use your psionic points as much because each psionic spell quote unquote is listed under a discipline, and you can set it as usually a bonus action or a reaction.
And
you get
mystics are kind of like a spontaneous caster as well, right?
Yeah, they are. And you get bonuses based off what discipline you go into, which made the Mystic pretty handy to have. Like, for example, one of them has it where you have advantage on initiative. And I know, when we were doing the ship dungeon in Wheel of Time, I said to you, set that up right now, because we're going to need it.
Yeah, and then also, in that same little school, there's also I think it's a little bit on the expensive end, but there's basically a psionic spell, is what I'm just going to call it, that allows me to have plus 10 on initiative. So, and I can cast that right before the fight happens, or it has like an extremely long duration, one of those two. So,
and it's basically like, you thought that you were gonna be able to roll higher than me on initiative? Guess again, punk. But yeah, so going back to the sorcerer. So basically, psionic. So that's the main idea of psionics. They featured heavily in the Dark Sun setting, I want to say.
Yes, the idea is psionics were really brought to bear during the Dark Sun, when Dark Sun was being published back in 2nd edition. That's kind of the time period where where psionics had its heyday, leading up to 3rd edition. The Dark Sun setting literally is it's basically D&D at max. Basically everything's out to kill you. It's hard to survive, and it's punishing.
Ooh, yeah, definitely punishing.
But the kind of the flip side to that is, to those that like that style play and can withstand the grueling, that grueling sort of thing, it then lends itself to a whole lot more adventuring.
Yeah.
Especially high octane adventuring.
Yeah. So the reason why this is the sorcerer specialist, this is the first time they've gotten some psionic since the mystic, and they've been very quiet about it. They're starting off looking at the first paragraph and everything. So psychic. So Avalon. That is a fish entity from the elemental plane of water. They live in the deep sea. They live in the deep parts of it, and they are psionic heavy. They usually eat brains, eat people, and when they do, they gain their memories. And they like to dominate people to put them under their control. For Far Realm, that is a plane of existence outside of the normal D&D multiverse. It's like you have the material plane, which is every setting of D&D exists. Then past that, you have the Feywild and the Shadowfolk, which are like mirror images of the material plane. Then you have the elemental planes of fire, earth, air, and water, and mixes in between. And there's this ethereal plane that connects them all. Past that, and past the elemental chaos, is where you start getting into the astral plane and the domains where the gods like to live. Usually split between law and chaos, and then good and evil. And then finally, past all of that, you have the Far Realm, where basically the laws of reality no longer exist. Basically, you try to get into this place, you're gonna go mad. Things like Cthulhu and stuff like that live out there. In fact, that is where Cthulhu in D&D officially lives, in the Far Realm. And then finally, the last thing they mention is the Mind Flayers, which are a squid-like race that used to command this great empire. And they like to eat, and they mainly nourish themselves from eating brains. Their ceramorphosis is a situation where they use these little itty-bitty psionic tadpoles. They have them dig into a person's brain, and they transform them into a mind player over the course of several weeks. In this scenario, that failed on you, but you still were tainted by psionics. So that's usually what this thing is talking about. So just starting off, Aberrant Mind has a lot of flavor to it based off of how you got it in the first place. Like, were you born with it? Did you get it from being enslaved? Or did someone try to turn you into something that was psionic heavy and you were tainted by that? So first of all. And speaking of that, the next paragraph goes into the fact that you should have some physical distinction that tells that you're an Aberrant Mind sorcerer. Like for example, you can read a person's mind with detect thoughts, and like for example, when you read someone's mind with detect thoughts, there's this faint sense of dread, or there's this mucus when you're scared. Your pupils start squirming when you're excited. And basically it's like there's something about you that's wrong and unnatural. And that's what Aberrant Mind is supposed to be. And they very much play into the horror side of D&D with that.
Almost like Cthulhu is kind of making his appearance, but without really saying it in a way.
Yeah, it's kind of like how there's a story by Lovecraft where there was this guy who was born to this human woman, but she never slept with any man, I want to say, and he was the child of an Eldritch being known as Yalzathoth, who for the guys who know Lovecraft, you know who that is, but I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, basically kind of like that in a way. So there's that starting off, and then we start getting more as we go on. Next up is invasive thoughts.
Invasive thoughts. Where is that?
It's the first level feature.
First level Aberrant Mind feature. At first level, you gain the ability to use a bonus action to magically create a telepathic link with one creature you can see 30 feet in front of you. Until the link ends, you can telepathically speak to the target through that link, and if it understands at least one language, it can speak back to you. This link lasts for 10 minutes and ends early if you are incapacitated or die, or if you use another bonus action to break the link or to establish this link with another creature.
Okay, so I want to say this right now. When I saw this, the first thing that popped into my head was tactical sorcerer, because it says that the creature has to be within 30 feet of you when you establish the link, but it doesn't say the max range, I want to say, unless it means 30 feet is the max range. Like, what do you guys think? Do you think that 30 feet is the max range, or do you think that you have to establish the link with someone that's within 30 feet of you?
I think it's you have to establish the link within 30 feet of you. I kind of think of this kind of like the way I think of the lock-ons for that splitting Hydra move I use in Empire. Like you have to, it's based on that initial lock, and then from there on you could just keep stacking and doing what you please.
Yeah.
Until you feel like, I don't need it anymore.
To me, kind of the language kind of indicates that might be the maximum, but since it doesn't say to a maximum and maintain communication to a maximum of X feet, that I agree with both of you that this is a hey, you're within 29.999 feet of me.
Right. We can talk to each other mentally. But yeah, I say that this plays very much into the tactical like sorcerer, because I like to look at it like this, like with a sorcerer, like even though sorcerer's not in phase, I like to think that sorcerer's main stats are going to be the charisma in there. The charisma, well, I like to think that sorcerer's going to have a pretty good intelligence, because I kind of think a smart sorcerer makes sense when it comes to spellcasting, even if it's not their main stat. But the way I like to look at it is the sorcerer kind of like goes inside the mind of the barbarian while they're raging, and they kind of direct their rage in a certain way, or maybe they plant their head inside the fighter, and you have the tactics of the sorcerer and the tactics of the fighter working together to kind of like team up against their enemies. I kind of like looking at the sorcerer like that, and it kind of gives like a new flair that you don't really see, because mainly the brains of the party is probably going to be the wizard, But if you play a sorcerer right, stats-wise, you can very much play off the sorcerer is the brain of the party. Just looking at invasive thoughts starting off.
Is invasive thoughts just like message?
Yes, but the thing is though, it's not like a one-time thing. It's a constant back and forth. So it's like you can have full-on conversations with as a bonus action, and it lasts for 10 minutes. So if you do this before combat or during combat, it's gonna last throughout the entire thing.
And is there like a spell that's kind of like this in any way?
I want to say that there's I don't think there's many. I know that
Only like telepathy.
telepathy is a spell, as it were, I
Yeah.
believe. And give me a second here, because I actually do want to check on this because that actually is pretty important.
I do feel. Yeah. No, while you look it up, go on.
I know. While he's looking, Sen, you're trying to figure out what the exact spell. I know there is sending and message, but the way sending kind of works, it's the extraplanar way of communicating, and it has a word count of like a maximum of 25.
Yeah, because in fact, Foxneil in Wheel of Time, he made stones of sending while he was in Nathaniel's body, and Nathaniel would use it by giving one stone to another party, and they would cast sending between each other, and they would only be able to say a max of like 25 words per dawn.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's message, which even though it's the easiest way to say it will be the interplanar kind of deal. It primarily only works on the plane you're on.
Yeah.
And it's only a finite distance, like 25 feet or something like that.
Yeah,
It's
his message is
not-
a cantrip.
Yeah, it's not too far.
Also, telepathy is an 8th level spell, and it's between you and one willing creature. It lasts an entire day, but you must be on the same plane of existence.
Yeah. So this seems pretty weird because it doesn't have anything like about planes of existence on it. It's a first level spell. It's 10.
It's not even a spell; it's just an ability that you can cast whenever you want.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like I kind of feel like this is the beginning of telepathy, but it's kind of like.
Oh, this is much better than telepathy in my
Especially-
opinion.
Yeah, because telepathy at 8th level is kind of like.
Telepathy feels like a phone call to me, while invasive thoughts feels like a text message.
Yeah, especially since you can talk to the person and they can talk back to you as long as they understand one language.
And also in a way that can, one thing I've heard about some of the communication spells like message and sending, you can kind of mess with people's heads. Because sometimes they'll get it and they don't know who it's from. So, this evasive thoughts really opens up some of that, a little bit more of that. You can really start messing with people even more now.
Yeah, that very much is true. That's another thing. You can very much play like a trickster sorcerer, like when you're sitting at a bar, you see a guy within like 30 feet of you that's just being an asshole, and you're just like, I'm gonna mess with him, and you just start beaming your thoughts inside of his head, and you just watch the magic happen.
I need to go home and rethink my life.
I need to go home and rethink my life. Leaves. I just drive people insane with this. It's both like a very tactical thing and a very much like I'm gonna fuck with you kind of thing, depending on the way that you want to play it. And speaking of that, but do you have anything else you want to say about invasive thoughts for the most part?
It's a good utility ability.
Oh yeah, I really think
I feel like a great place to use this is if another character is currently suffering like blindness or deafness.
true.
Because with invasive thoughts, you can still communicate through them, even while they're deaf.
Yeah, true. The blindness part probably wouldn't be able to help much because that actually reminds me because the thing about 5e is like even if like someone tells you, hey, someone's right there, you're not going to be able to not get disadvantage on it. In fact, we saw a scenario like that in Empire, I want to say, where one of our former party members, Amara Marceris, had a dragon that could see in the dark, but she couldn't. And it was like, oh, I'm going to have my dragon tell her where the enemy is. Like, you still have disadvantage.
I'm more or less referring to that would have been great for Lee Wrong in Pathfinder when he was blind.
Oh yeah,
Or as I like to call it, Terry the Turret.
that was an interesting couple of encounters we had to contend with there because My stars.
No, man.
Next up, and this is something that I look at and I'm like, man, this is something that sorcerers really need. Psionic spells. Basically, preferred spells, but for sorcerer for the first time in any edition. So, starting at first level, your aberrant nature changes your mind in subtle but profound ways. You will learn additional spells when you reach certain levels in this class, as shown on the psionic spells table. The spell counts as a sorcerer spell for you, but it doesn't count against the number of sorcerer spells you know. So, I just like to say this first of all. Finally! I'm gonna say this right now. Preferred spells should really be something that a sorcerer should get because it's like you get magic from your bloodline. I feel like there are certain spells that should really play into your bloodline based off what type of sorcerer that you are. Like for example, Dragon's Breath. It's a 2nd level spell. You don't automatically get it as a Draconic sorcerer. Why?
Didn't Draconic Breath come in a later book? Oh.
I believe it came in. Let me see actually.
Because I was about to say that might kind of depend upon what's available.
Yeah, but even then, no starting sorcerer class has ever had preferred spells. So it's just kind of like, I really feel like preferred spells seems like something a sorcerer should have. It was from Xanathar's Guide to Everything, by the way.
Okay.
But I feel like it's something that a sorcerer should have though, because you have a max of 15 spells, just like a bard and just like a bard in a way. I feel like you need preferred spells that don't count against your number of spells. So that way you can add a bit more flair to what you have. And to be honest, it's like psionic spells starting in that direction is like a very good starting point. And what's funny is that someone from the D&D crew, the Wizards of the Coast crew, did a video on D&D Beyond about the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer, and some people brought up, hey, they get preferred spells. Are you going to change the previous books so that way we can get preferred spells? And you should have said, no, we're not. And in that moment, I was like, damn it, come on! I feel like we need some revisions of past stuff or new handbooks to add on to current stuff, because some of this stuff would really work well for some of our older classes. Like, giving like our sorcerers preferred spells, I feel like would really work. What do you guys think? Do you think preferred spells are something that a sorcerer should get based off the subclasses they go into?
I think they do. They ought to. Honestly, it's a really easy thing to have and to give to the sorcerer, because some of those spells, sometimes those spells kind of make, preferred spells kind of make or break an archetype. This is kind of going and looking over at the paladin subclasses, where they paladins and clerics, all their archetypes kind of get preferred spells, and those help lend to either role-playing with that class, or just simply, this is what's in your toolbox because of the god you follow, or the oath you've taken. And since sorcerers, it would kind of be within reason that, that certain magical spells would come about because of, what you encountered.
Yeah, that's true. What do you think?
So what I'm getting at for the preferred spells is that it's basically just broadening the amount of spells you can use, and not broadening the amount of times you can use spells. So it would make the class significantly harder to use. But it does allow for more playstyle, and a lot more variation in the class, especially for a spontaneous caster like a sorcerer.
Oh yeah. But in a way, the preferred spells does beef up the limited spell list that sorcerers are kind of handed. What I mean by that is they can only have a certain number of spells prepared at any time. Mm-hmm. Period. It's not like a wizard where they can sit down at the start of the day and spend 10 minutes going. They look at their spell book and say, "Oh, I gotta prepare a fireball today."
It's like sorcerer looks at a hand. Oh, this is all I got. Let's go with it. Yeah, but look. Okay, so starting off, let's look at the spells that we got. So first level, we get Onyx of Hadar, a warlock only spell for one. You invoke the power of Hadar, the Dark Hunger. tendrils of dark energy erupt from you and batter all creatures within 10 feet of you. Every creature in that area and within those 10 feet have to make a strength saving throw. They fail, 2d6 necrotic damage, and they can't take reactions. Success, half damage, and suffer no other effects. And when you cast at a higher tier, you deal an extra 1d6 damage as a result. So, Arms of Hadar, pretty good if you're a sorcerer that gets attacked by people close up. It's like, oh god, cast! And pushes people away, it doesn't push people away from you, but basically makes it to where you lock out the reactions and you get the hell out of dodge. Because they can't get an attack of opportunity on you as a result. So it's pretty handy for that. That's a pretty good first level spell, and it being psionic kind of works well because the way they make Hadar sound, he does seem like a great old one in a way. So next up is Dissident Whispers, which with this spell you force one creature within range of you, 60 feet, to make a wisdom saving throw. On a fail, they take 3d6 psychic damage and immediately use the reaction, if they can, to move as far away from you as possible, using all of their speed. They won't move into dangerous ground, of course, but on a successful save, they take half as much damage and don't move away. A deafened creature automatically succeeds on the save, funnily enough. And at higher spell levels, it increases by 1d6 for each slot above first level. With this one, again, very handy spell. I've actually seen this spell get debated several times on whether or not it invokes attacks of opportunity for when it forces a person to move. Funnily enough, it does. Because the rules for attacks of opportunity is you get to attack anyone who uses their movement, an action, or a reaction to move. Funnily enough, bonus action doesn't count.
Alright.
But next up, common motions. We talked about this a little bit on our on the past episode with how the bard gets to cast this a number of times equal to the charisma modifier. Again, if a person fails a save, you can either end a charmed or frightened effect, or you can make them indifferent to someone that they're hostile towards. Only bards and clerics get this one, but it's pretty handy. Detect thoughts, man. This is something that got mentioned in the flavor for it, like where you're able to detect the surface level thoughts of a creature. But if you want to delve into it, then both of you have to make intelligence checks. If it fails, you gain insight into it. If it succeeds, the spell ends. And basically, as long as you are still penetrating that person's thoughts, they can use an action to get you out their head. Now, this one very much plays into the aberrant mind kind of thing. It's like you're looking at someone and you're trying to get inside their head. And it's like they can feel it too. Which, funnily enough though, you cast this on yourself. So you detect thoughts of people up to 30 on one creature within 30 feet of you for 1 minute with concentration. I think it's pretty handy because I think it's. And you also get this at third level as well, so you're starting to get into your second level. You're starting to get into your second level spell slots here and there. So you're kind of starting to get so. I think at third level is where you're starting to get into more. You're starting to get out of that first tier of play, and with detect thought, you can really kind of use it creatively. Especially if you're in a situation like you're investigating. It's like you think someone might have something to do with something. It's like, well, let's take a peek inside their head to find out. So, after that, Hunger of Hadar, 20-foot radius of darkness and black cold appears, centered on a point within 150 feet of you. In this, all creatures inside the area are blinded, and anyone that starts their turn in the area takes 2d6.
No, I'm just looking.
Takes 2d6 cold damage, and any creature that ends its turn must make a dexterity saving throw, or take 2d6 acid damage. This is a third level spell, by the way, that you unlock at 5th level. So, and it lasts up to 1 minute, so it lasts up to 10 rounds, as it were. You can't move or anything, but a 20-foot radius within 150 feet of you, that's probably going to be pretty good.
And also, it's something that that kind of brings a little bit of battlefield control to the whole situation.
Yeah.
Just slap it down, lock down a corridor or section of a room, and no one can do anything about it.
Yeah, that is true. Another one. Actually, Carter brought this up. Sending. It's a third level spell. Short message of 25 words or less with a creature that you are familiar with. And funny thing is though, this lasts 1 round, and it's a third level spell slot. I mean, it's a third level spell. And I'm gonna be honest. This is a very shitty 3rd level spell.
Especially given invasive thoughts.
It's like, eh. The range is unlimited though, funnily enough. So that's a plus at least, but still it's just like, I wouldn't ever use sending, I'm gonna be quite honest, Chief. So this being a preferred spell is like, it's nice to have if you ever plan, if you ever like, okay, I need to send a message. It has to be 25 words or less.
Well, a fun thing with sending is I think you could put that into items, correct? Whereas I don't think you could do anything with invasive thoughts, given it's a feature.
Yeah, unless you basically outright put in something like an artifact or a particularly powerful magical item, the next best thing is actually sending.
Yeah. Which, funnily enough, if you can send it to people on other planes of existence, but there's a 5% chance they won't get the message.
That's really weird.
So wait,
I think that's a 1d20 and a critical fail.
Yeah, that's literally rolling a nat 1 on a d20 or rolling a 1 to 5 on a d100.
If the DM wants them to roll. I mean, 9 times out of 10, I probably wouldn't give a crap about that roll.
Yeah, it's like, come on, man. Like, this is being rude at that point. It's like, so I need you to roll a d20 for me.
Why?
I rolled this.
Because it might not send.
Rolls a nat 1.
What would be cooler is if it had a 5% chance to send a different message.
That'd be funny. That'd be hilarious. It's like you're saying, "Oh my God, we're gonna die," and then they get a message saying, "Oh no, everything's fine."
We need your help. No, we're good. Fuck you.
It's basically a game of telephone.
Basically, but it goes very, very bad if you send it across another plane of existence. And then 7th level, you unlock Compulsion, a 4th level spell where a creature that can heal you within 30 feet. Wisdom saving throw. If they fail, you can use a bonus action to make them move in that direction.
That kind of leans into a little bit of the tactical bit there, but
keep in mind, they automatically succeed if they can't be charmed, and after they move in that way, they can make a wisdom saving throw to try and end the effect, and they will not move themselves into danger. So we DM kind of talked about this a little bit, but it was kind of like a lot of enchantment spells got very much neutered in 5th edition. Like it's like there's so much like there's a high chance they're not going to break this, and they will never put themselves in harm's way. And it's like, you're kind of killing enchantments here with that.
yeah, they're but also that's just kind of I would say that would kind of some of those design choices are kind of built-in things that keep players from doing really screwy things with the magic.
Yeah, that is true.
So
it's like 5e is one of the most. It's like 5e is one of the most open-ended things for its players, but at the same time, it's like really cutting off their avenues of options here.
Now, admittedly, that's kind of dependent upon the DM per se.
Yeah. And then the other 7th level feature is Avard's Black Tentacles. Basically, 20-foot square on the ground that you can see within 90 feet of you. Dexterity saving throw. If you fail, you take 3d6 bludgeoning damage and you're restrained by tentacles. A creature that starts a turn in the area and is already restrained by the tentacles takes 3d6 bludgeoning. On a success, I assume none of that happens. And then a creature restrained can use its action to make a dexterity or just a strength dexterity attack against spell DC. On a success, release yourself freely. So, I'm just gonna get out of the way right now. I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going, Chief.
Wow, don't bring hentai into
We
this.
had to get the joke out the way. We all knew it was coming.
It's art. It's called hentai and it's art.
Oh my God. So, Avard's Black Tentacles. 4th level spell you unlock at 7th level.
But which group is that tied to? Which class is that tied to?
Wizard only.
There we go.
The fact that they get these psionic spells from all different types of classes is just phenomenal.
Yeah, they grab from Warlock, they grab from Bard, they grab from Wizard and Cleric, which is funny, because it's like, there's all these like psionic like spells.
And this is just a subclass, right?
Yeah, this is just kind of, there are all these psionic like spells, and Sorcerer never had access to these. Kind of weird.
Oh yeah.
And then, 9th level, you unlock Modify Memory, which is a 5th level spell. you can reshape another creature's memories, basically. If you guys want to read that giant lump of text, I will leave it hovering for you guys to see. But basically, based off the level of spell, you can mess with their memory quite a bit. Like if you start at like 5th level, you can mess with a memory that's memory of an event within the past 24 hours that lasted no more than 10 minutes. At a 6th level spell slot, alter the memories that took up to a week ago. 7th level, 30 days. 8th level, 1 year. 9th level, any time in its past. But keep in mind, they keep the fact that it says happen less than 10 minutes.
I think that just kind of prevents a whole wiping the hard drive clean type scenario.
Like you can eliminate it, make them remember it with perfect clarity, change the details, or create the memory of some other event.
And which one was the one that was like the confines of a month?
A month?
Yeah.
There's no modifying memories. There's no modifying someone's
It was
memory
like
spell.
someone in the past year. What was before that? What was before the past year? I think that was
7 days. Oh no, 30 days ago. Yeah, there is a month. Yeah.
Yeah, 30
7th
days.
Level. 7th level.
What, 7th level?
Yep.
That's most of the time. That's usually a whole campaign right there. You
Yeah.
only would ever need a 7th level. Well, if you're using it on another PC.
Oh yeah.
Funnily enough, and then remove curse or greater restoration just neuters this spell. It makes it, oh yeah, that thing that you did no longer happened.
You know, we could say that was a thing Gygax or Artisan made because, well, a player got a hold of this spell.
The fun and joy, I think, with Modify Memory is that for most people, they probably wouldn't even know it. Unless the memory is particularly notable.
Actually, it says in the spell, you must talk to the target to describe how its memories are affected, and it must understand your language for the modified memories to take root. Its mind fills in the gaps of the descriptions, and if the spell ends before you have finished describing the modified memories, the creature's memory isn't affected. Otherwise, the modified memories take hold of the spell ends.
Making it very limiting.
Which in my mind, I'm just like, how? Also, the last paragraph. This is where they kind of debuff modified memory. A modified memory doesn't necessarily affect how a creature behaves, particularly if the memory contradicts the creature's natural inclinations, alignment, or beliefs. And a logical modified memory, such as implanting a memory of how much the creature enjoyed dousing itself in acid, is dismissed. Perhaps it's a bad dream. The DM might deem a modified memory too nonsensical to affect a creature in a significant manner. Again, what is with enchantment spells and just getting straight up neutered in 5e? That whole paragraph just says, I want to mess with someone's head so that way they completely change, so that way they change who they are. And it has to be...
Enchantment spells do tend to have a habit of being very situational.
Yeah. It's like, why?
Well, all I gotta say is maybe the designers at 5e had a really bad experience with a string of these enchantment spells.
True, but it's like,
that could also deal with the nature of enchantment spells in general. Because for starters, you have to have it during a specific situation, and then it also does a specific thing. So that's 2 specificities that you have to work around with, which greatly narrows the amount of time, places you could use it in.
Yeah, so why even put in... But if that's the case, why put these restrictions in the first place? It's already very niche. Why make it even more so?
I guess it just makes it easier on the DMing.
Yeah, I guess. And the last one, Very Telepathic Bond. It's a 5th level ritual spell. You forge a telepathic link with up to 8 creatures within 30 feet of you. They have to have at least intelligence. If they have 2 or less intelligence, they are unaffected. Until the spell ends, the creatures can communicate telepathically through the bond, whether or not they have a common language. This communication is possible across over any distance, though it can extend to other planes of existence. So automatically, this thing lasts 1 hour, by the way. We have a spell that's better than telepathy. Telepathy, 8th level, 1 person, 24 hours. Raise telepathic bond. Ritual, 1 hour. Not 8 willing creatures of your choice. You have a have a telepathic link to each other, and that can include yourself. Why is this so good, but telepathy is so that? It's a wizard-only spell too, by the way.
I don't know.
Jeez. But and so that's the psionic spells. So think about it. What do you think of the psionic spells in general? Like,
I already gave my comments on it earlier. It's really unique for a subclass to bring in spells from another class in it. Really gives off more variety. And of course, allowing it as its own type of spell to use is also pretty neat.
yeah, because from what I understand, the Divine Soul Sorcerer has it where you can get a specific cleric spell based off the divine deity that you're aligned with. And cleric and druid and the like can get specific spells based off what subclass they go into. But this is the first time we've got something like a sorcerer getting that. And this is a situation of sorcerer taking from other classes.
Yeah. Well, I think these preferred spells appearing in an archetype like this, I think is kind of an indicator that whoever designed this over at Wizards of the Coast, they're really starting to get down into their system now, and really starting to spend more time with what the system has to offer.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
I definitely think so.
And also, kind of have a willingness to simply try something out that may or may not work.
Yeah, that is especially true. And speaking of stuff that might not work, warped being. So basically, at first level, you now have an AC of 13 plus your dexterity modifier while you were not wearing armor, and it could be a coating of vicarious slime. It could be top high. It could be scales, or even an invisible psionic barrier. So basically, it's draconic resilience from the draconic sorcerer subclass. But I gotta say, I like it. It means I don't have to waste a spell trying to learn mage armor and get a AC of 13 plus my dex modifier.
Yeah, and also it just kind of one less thing to worry about being a spellcaster, especially like the sorcerer, because in 5e versus Pathfinder, in 5e, the sorcerer has a 1d6 hit die. Sorcerers over in Pathfinder, on the other hand, 1d8, I think. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
So, but hey, not mean to pull Pathfinder in here, just saying.
Yeah.
This is one less thing to have to worry about.
Yeah. What do you think? 13 plus 8 plus dexterity AC.
13 plus dex?
Yeah.
Isn't that like what a monk is?
A monk is actually 10 plus its wisdom plus its dexterity, but they're not allowed to have a shield.
Okay. Are they allowed to have a shield?
It doesn't specify. It says while you aren't wearing armor. So I assume it means
You could use a shield.
I would think maybe you can use because it is specified
Well,
that because
I don't
shields are a different proficiency from armor. Because for example, fighter, it says all armor and shields. So maybe armor doesn't count. I mean, maybe shields doesn't count as armor.
Well, even if, I doubt it would add much, considering sorcerers aren't proficient with shields.
True. It's like if you got like a feeder, you took a 1-level dip in the fighter, but
Right?
Which if you're
actually, no. If you take a 1-level dip in the fighter, I don't think you get proficiency in shields.
Oof.
Actually, no, it's heavy armor that you don't get proficiency in, which...
it's just one of those trade-offs of, hey, I could dip in the fighter, but I don't get the best thing.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's kind of par for the course for the other subclasses.
Actually, Draconic Sorcerer is the only other subclass where you get a starting AC thing.
Okay. Well, in that case, it's trying to measure up to the Draconic Sorcerer.
Which I think is pretty good, because Draconic Sorcerer, that thing by itself... Well, Draconic Sorcerer has it to where you get an AC of 13 plus your dex, and you get a +1 to your health at each level you increase.
Yeah.
So for the subclass, I think this is pretty good for what it's trying to go for. And I like the flavor it gives for trying to describe how you're warped. Next up, 6th level. Psionic Sorcery. I'll let one of you guys hand it here.
Psionic sorcery?
Yep, 6th level.
Alrighty. Beginning at 6th level, when you cast any of the spells gained from your Psionic Spells feature, you may cast it by expending a spell slot as normal, or by spending a number of sorcery points equal to that spell's level. If you cast the spell using sorcery points, it requires no components.
So first of all, holy shit, why did no one think of this? How did no one think of this?
Well,
No, because, okay, for reference, sorcery points. So they have it, so starting at 2nd level, you can create spell slots. You can create spell slots. I mean, you can create spell slots based off your sorcery points. Break them down based for sorcery points. But this is straight up, you can cast a spell by equaling the amount of spell slots, by the level of a spell slot, to your sorcery points. How is that not a base thing? You're telling me that you came up with the idea for creating spell slots to cast a spell, but never, oh hey, I'm going to just cast the spell with sorcery points. And on top of that, if you cast a psionic spell with your sorcery points, no components. So no verbal, no somatic, no materials. Just straight up, I cast it. That is one of the best things about this subclass.
oh yeah, it helps live up to the psionic sorcery. Helps this archetype live up to the, hey, this is kind of a psionic sorcerer, and might even tread slightly into the territory of the mystic in some respect.
Oh yeah.
But not entirely, because I know the sorcery point system kind of caps out at like 5th or 6th level at some points. Like
5th level, actually.
Okay.
I believe.
Or spells. 5th level spells.
At most, you can create, I want to say, up to 5th level spell slots, and the spells that you win from being a psionic are all go up to 5th level.
So, like, I kind of feel like this might be a backdoor mystic situation.
I mean, why not?
True.
Mystic's always good to have. Psionic's always good to have in a situation. But what do you think about that? Like the idea of like you can spend sorcery points, you straight up just cast a spell with no materials with no components whatsoever.
I think that is definitely fun. However, if you're in a campaign that doesn't really require components to begin with, like mine, I'm not too big on components. This whole ability, I feel like, is kind of rendered useless.
True, but this is off a situation of most people are gonna go, yeah, I'm gonna use materials for 5e because they see that spells are really spells. They want to limit how many spells they can get. So looking at it from the point of view of, oh hey, I need to deal with materials, this is pretty handy. But from the point of view of casting, it's just like, oh hey, I can directly just use the spell. But another thing is that it makes it where it's stealthy too. Like the thing about spells is that you have to say them and you have to do hand signs, and it doesn't specify how loud you have to be or if they're noticeable or not. Like for example, with N in Wheel of Time, I try to have it to, for example, when he uses suggestion, he hides his hands behind his back and he does the spells does the somatics that way. Meanwhile, he just says, "Well, I have a suggestion for you." Like he tries to very much play it off in a normal situation. But if he were, say, a psionic sorcerer, it would try to be like, oh, sorcery points, I don't even have to do any of the components. I can try to just do it and you'd never notice.
Oh. And also, something I just thought of, since it doesn't require components to do, this might just be me really wanting a Dark Sun setting to come into 5e. But Dark Sun was notorious for a lack of resources. Like, getting a sword, like getting a regular old long sword, or a metal club, was hard. It was really hard. You had to scrape together gold. You had to scrape up gold off of like the floor of the tavern.
And pray that someone doesn't steal it from you.
So it just might be me really wanting Dark Sun, but Psionic Sorcery kind of says, hey, this is really good for low material areas.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Um,
oh yeah, go ahead.
Mind if I read the Psionic Defenses next?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Alright. Any other comments?
Nope. I got nothing else to say about Psionic Sorcery, really. Just that I kind of wish that this was a base thing for the Sorcerer, but...
And if you're using a campaign that doesn't use many components, you could perhaps use it for something else.
Yeah.
Stealth casting's pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Or, instead of a concentration time, an insta-cast.
Yeah.
So, Psionic Defenses. At 6th level, you gain resistance to psionic damage, and you have advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened.
So first things first, if you were in a campaign where you were in the Underdark, the Mind Flayers are basically fucked. Everything they do is psychic damage. So they see you coming in at 6th level and they're like, shit. Especially if your backstory is that they tried to turn you into a Mind Flayer, because then it's just karma.
But that's more the sorcerer convinces party of friends to say, hey, I want to go fuck up some mind flayers that screwed me up down in the Underdark. It'll be like a 3-day jaunt down, 3 days back. We'll be completely fine.
And you just destroy them. Also,
Does this mean that if you are a 6th level, this type of mystic, right? And you're a bear totem barbarian, you're resistant to everything?
oh my god! Oh no!
Guys, I've solved it.
See, that requires 6th level and sorcerer though when you're a barbarian is the thing.
That's gonna be interesting for sure.
It's like, ugh. Because you can't cast spells when you rage. So basically it's a 6th level dump for nothing, kind of.
But admittedly, if you start out as this type of sorcerer, then do a 3-level dip into barbarian.
True. Then it's just like, but, problem is though, you have to rage to get it.
True.
That's the thing though. This only works in rage.
Yeah, but at the same time, this just says outright, this is a passive, you got this.
Yup.
And then saving those against being charmed or frightened. I mean, hey, if you're not an elf, that's pretty good. If you're not a...
Like if you're in rage, you don't even have to worry about being charmed or frightened.
Well,
Right?
Actually, you can be, because wisdom save, it depends on how your wisdom saving those are looking.
but you can, but hey, when you're in a blood rage of kill, 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 blood for the blood god mode, you don't exactly care about where it came from.
True. This very much plays into the idea of, I've seen some shit. I am the shit I saw. You don't scare me.
So, that's honestly a nice little, like, second tier ability to get.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because kind of at that point, depending on the campaign, your DM might be willing to throw a Mind Flayer at you early on.
Because a Mind Flayer is a 5th level enemy, as it were.
Is this the first ability where you actually have psychic resistance?
In what way? Because
Mystic had it.
Mystic had it?
I think Mystic did. No, Mystic might have played into the idea of being resistant to psychic damage. That makes sense to me.
Don't remember like anything having psychic resistance, except for like magic items.
and certain like enemies that either don't have enough intelligence to be affected,
Undead,
or they dish it out themselves.
Beholders, and Mind Flayers, and Aboleths.
Yes.
And
I mean, granted, yeah, psychic damage is a rare type of damage, but
when it comes for you, it hits like a truck. It's like when you fight like an intellect devourer or a mind flayer, when they hit you with that psychic damage, it's hitting you hard. Like, intellect devourers are a notorious party killer, despite the fact that they're such low CR.
yeah, admittedly, because of their low CR, they're kind of thrown at people.
And when they're thrown, they could just TP gain. It's like, oh.
But admittedly, I wouldn't say that would be on the DM to be aware of that. It would just be need to make sure you have a party that runs.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So
Yeah, I think Psychic Defense is a pretty good 6th level option. And then 14th level, Revelation in Flesh.
want me to read this?
I got this. So, beginning at 14th level, you can unleash the aberrant truth hidden within your flesh. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 or more sorcery points to magically transform your body for 1 minute. For each sorcery point you spend, you gain one of the following benefits of your choice, the benefits of which last until the transformation ends. You gain swimming speed equal to your walking speed and the ability to breathe water. And they say that for physical options, you could say that gills grow from your neck or fan out from behind your ears. Your fingers become webbed, or you grow lashing cilia that extend through your clothing. 2. You gain a flying speed equal to your walking speed and can hover. As you fly, your skin glistens with mucus. 3. Your body, along with any equipment you are wearing or carrying, becomes slimy and palatable. You can walk through any space as narrow as 1 inch without squeezing, and you can spend 5 feet of movement to escape from non-magical restraints or being grappled. And finally, your eyes turn black or become writhing sensory tendrils. You are aware of the location of any hidden or invisible creature within 60 feet of you. So technically speaking, you can spend 4 sorcery points and get all of these at once for 1 minute.
Okay, Shape of Water, calm down. But in all seriousness, this, when looking at the Draconic and Divine Soul, this is pretty much in lockstep with that, because those two, at this level, maybe not all of them, but all.
Draconic gets wings at this level.
Yeah, but there's some sort of mobility and some sort of additional items.
Yeah.
That you get.
Mm-hmm.
Like some sort of additional mobility options, and this is kind of in lockstep with the rest of them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I will say, that would be a lot of fun. Just being able to slink through tight gaps like that.
It's like, look, the kobolds went back to the tunnel. Oh, we can't get in. Sorcerer. This becomes slimy. Ah, dude, what are you doing? Just start sliding through the kobolds. As they see this slimy whatever, just crawling through its tunnels with no issue. Like, get back over here!
Dude, don't make Smoot happier than he already is about slimes.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
That's a reference in and of itself. I'm gonna say that right now.
Oh yeah.
Don't make Christ like slimes any more than he already does.
But what do you think about Revelation in Flesh?
It seems to be very big on mobility, which I think is a bit weird for a sorcerer. As for 14th level, to have that then, whereas I feel like at that point the player would have different means of travel. I feel like their mobility would be kind of covered at that point, and I don't feel it's overall too useful compared to the rest that we've been given so far. Still fun and definitely invigorating, but as again, it's a 14th level mobility thing, and I think at 14th level it's being covered.
Yeah, keep in mind, for dragons, at 14th level, they get dragon wings that they can summon as a bonus action, giving them flying speed up to their current speed. And they last until you dismiss them as a bonus action on their turn. Keep in mind, you can't be wearing armor unless it's accommodated, and any clothing that doesn't accommodate for your wings gets ripped. But at the same time, it's like, okay, with Draconic Sorcerer, I can summon these wings, and they stay until I say otherwise. There is no limit on them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of like, you almost had it, but then you lost the mark by making it 1 minute.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of feel like...
And imagine being a slime trying to squeeze through that crevice, right? But it takes more than a minute to squeeze through.
Oh, jeez.
It's like, oh,
exactly.
Hey! It's like, oh, hey, now you move at half speed until you cast it again.
Or if it's like really tiny, like you're moving in through a 1 inch space.
You don't make it within that minute, you're dead!
You're taking all that bludgeoning damage, man.
That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're 14th level or not. You're...
Oh, yeah. For reference, Divine Soul Sorcerer. Same thing. Wings, 30 feet. 30 feet. They last until you're incapacitated, you die, or you dismiss them as a bonus action. So am I missing something here? Like the fly. Like I feel like this should have been like until you turn it off.
Yeah, I mean for 14th level, there are better things in this class than this.
Yeah.
Very unique as a utility spell, though.
It is.
Yeah, that is true.
I would say though, to bring this into equal level with the rest of the class, still have the sorcery points, but to sort of that would be spend sorcery points to engage that.
Yeah.
To engage those abilities. So, kind of still rides on a resource, but at the same time...
It lasts a minute. You only get sorcery points back on a long rest.
Well, then the counter to this, then the counter to that, you know, the 1 minute, all the other classes have mobility stuff that lasts forever.
Yeah, it's like...
If anything else, the sorcery points should simply be, okay, when you get up in the morning, do you want to engage everything? Or do you want to just engage your swimming and your flying?
Yeah, because keep in mind, this physically affects you. So that's already a penalty in of itself if a DM plays it smart. But the 1 minute thing, I'm just like... I'm getting stuck on this, I know, but it's like... Okay, the physical attributes of you chasing is already a detriment. Why not play into that, is my thing, instead of the 1 minute thing.
Yeah.
For example, when you summon wings, your clothing, your armor gets in the way, can't have your wings, or your clothing gets ripped. There's a penalty on it already in itself. I feel like there could have been something that happened with this, but they kind of missed the mark somehow.
Maybe that feat, the Revelation in Flesh, should be sent back to the drawing board for a little bit.
Yeah, I think it should.
Kind of like when glancing over Warped Reality, it's kind of
I'm personally a fan of this. Warped Reality, as it were. Like, it's a really big... Like, at 18th level, it's kind of like... But at the same time, I'm like, whoa, this can really come in handy. So for reference, at 18th level with Warped Reality, you make a 20-foot radius aura for 1 minute. By the way, funnily enough, I assume that it comes off you. Yeah, it radiates off of you as an action for 1 minute. And so basically, it can come as any of these things. However, other creatures from the aura treat the aura as difficult terrain, and when they start in it, they take 2d10 psychic damage. I crank up the damage for that, for one. 2, when you activate this creature, you can choose any number of creatures you can see to be unaffected by the aura. So any allies, automatically, nothing happens to them. Great. But here's the kicker for me, that I'm like, holy shit. As a bonus action, you can end the aura early. If you do, you and any number of creatures gets teleported to a location you can see within 1 mile of you. Each creature must appear within 20 feet of you and be in an unoccupied space. An unwilling creature has to make a charisma saving throw. If they fail, they are teleported. If they succeed, they don't get teleported. And also, once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. So let's unpack this right now. So let's go by this step by step. Okay, first off, 20-foot radius. They're really playing into that 20-foot radius, aren't they?
They are.
2, 1 minute.
Well, 1 minute, keep in mind, it's 10 turns, right?
Yeah.
You will most definitely be using this in combat.
Yeah.
And 10 turns, let's say the enemy is in there the whole time. 2d6 times 10. 2d6 times 10.
Or 2d10, you mean?
Yeah, 2d10, sorry, times 10. So we've got roughly, I think that's 20d10 damage if they're in there the whole time.
True.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah, but 2d10 I feel like is just kind of like... Because it's 2d10, and that bell curve for the 2d10 can hit you kind of hard on top of that. So.
I think... Hold on a moment. I think the thing that makes this fun as butts is that I don't think it's concentrated.
Nope, it's not.
So you could just walk around, and any enemy that's near you is taking that damage. And it's just... I think for that to be a feature, and that's basically a free, like, 8th or 9th level spell. Or not 9th, but like 7th or 8th level spell in power, just for free. I think for that to happen, that's pretty cool. And it kind of turns you into a tank.
Yeah. That is true, it does turn you into a tank in a way. I hope you have high AC, because every creature's going to be like, get him! And at 18th level, that's 18d6. So pray to God your con is working well.
It also works pretty... I like the whole displacement ability here it's got going on. You could just kind of just activate this ability in an action, run towards your enemies, and as the bonus action, disactivate the ability and just become a displacement bomb.
It's like, oh hey, it's like, guys, we're getting out of here. 1 mile away. It's like... that part by itself is pretty awesome. And the fact that and I assume that at 18th level your DC is pretty high, so anything that's rolling a charisma saving throw against you might fail. And if they do, oh, bye-bye. But it has to be you and any other number of creatures, so it can't be you or. So I assume that you have to get teleported with them is the thing.
Yeah.
Which kind of...
You ain't teleporting them directly into a lava pit. However, you can teleport them and yourself in the lava pit, but just make sure that you are on the one spot where it's safe.
Or, hear me out. Use Revelation of the Flesh to get flying speed. Then you cast this. You end it early. You both teleport into the lava pit, but you don't fall because you have a flying speed. Meanwhile, they drop like a rock.
Or, yeah.
I think so. General thoughts on Warp Reality? Like, good, bad, just needs work?
It's fine. It's a free, essentially, 7th or 8th level spell.
Yeah.
And I think for an 18th level feature, it's pretty good.
I think for 18th level, it's it's good, but it could do a slight bit of tweaking. It just mainly the damage die for it kind of.
Yeah, because I look at 2d10 and I'm like, a spell at first level can get that as second.
Let's get experimental with this for a moment. Does it actually warp reality, or is it like an illusion spell?
Nope, it actually... This might take the form of a spear of rippling psionic energy, a fluctuating amabet... I don't know how to pronounce that, gel, an extrusion of ephemeral parasites or some other manifestation. It actually warps reality.
Yeah, so you can actually affect the environment around it, correct?
Yeah, because they shoot at difficult terrain. So that means it takes double the movement speed to get through that 20-foot radius.
Yeah, and you are essentially creating a whole environmental hazard around you.
Yeah.
And the confines of what that could be anything really.
And if you're creative enough, you could actually force an enemy to make a wisdom saving throw to not go mad over this.
With a little bit, I think it's open enough to a lot of creativity, for sure. You can also put traps in there too. With a warped reality, it'd probably be easier for the party to just kind of put traps and put their own types of damage in there. And I think for spells that do more damage, they kind of get more limiting. And for a spell like this free in terms of creativity, I think 2d10 is a very decent number. I might admit maybe hit it with a 3d10, because I'm kind of comparing this to Maelstrom, which does 66 and kind of pulls people towards it, but it also can't move.
True. This can move.
So I feel like with that, combining with the ability, of course, before it, can make it for pretty devastating despite it only doing 2d10 damage. Good horde move for sure.
Oh yeah, it's like you're dealing with a bunch of minions. It's like, okay, go getting on my nerves. Warp reality, die.
May not be your tank destroyer though.
Nah, it's definitely not that.
That's definitely a good horde move.
Yeah, it is. So, okay, so Aberrant Mind in general. General thoughts on this Unearthed Arcana subclass. What are your thoughts on it?
Personally, I think overall it's a very good option. I think the 14th level Revelation Flesh needs some tweaking a little bit, but I kind of feel like that since I haven't played around with sorcerers enough, as a player or as DM, that I kind of feel like this is a good option on the outside. I'm not sure how the exact details of it.
Creatively speaking, I think it's pretty cool that they are introducing a psionic subclass, so that you can kind of get the feel of how psionics is or how D&D is kind of viewing psionics. Mechanically speaking, thumbs up. Mechanically speaking, yeah, as you said, warp reality could use some work. it seems pretty. It seems free enough to where there's a lot of creativity. However, it does seem very situational at times. For example, with the psionic spells that are available to you, most, if not all, of those spells are pretty situational. And by the time you get like very good utility spells, everyone probably has like an item that would cover it. Psionic sorcery.
Or the wizard is just like, oh yeah, I already have those spells written in my spellbook.
Yeah, psionic sorcery is a highly dependent thing. It depends on like whether or not they're planning to use components in the first place. But I think like the idea that you can kind of just like mold that into like a stealth cast is pretty good. And then so overall, mechanically speaking, it's pretty solid. I wouldn't put it as broken, and I wouldn't put it as like bad. And then maybe RP wise, it is a very unique and interesting take on the D&D world, especially if you're a huge fan of the Underdark and the Far Realm.
Me.
And him.
Yep. Well, also
Underdark campaign coming soon, folks. Hopefully.
Yeah. Well, also, this this really lends itself towards what was it? The psionic sorcerer here. It really lends itself to a Lovecraftian campaign in a way, because even though this doesn't 100% scream Lovecraft, there's certainly, if you were to do a 5e game set in a like pseudo-modern 1920s New England setting with all the Lovecraftian trappings, hey, buddy, this would fit right in.
This is the villain of your campaign.
Plus, on playing it wise, I'm always a huge fan of ooh, look at my brain magic. It's got I feel like this is kind of like a weird take on a sorcerer, and I feel like it would work for high-end characters. Like, ooh, look at my brain magic, my psychology.
Maybe a certain Lupin who has a habit for psionics.
Maybe, perhaps. And all in all, I feel like it's a nice bridge. If you're a huge fan of sorcerers, but like maybe not a huge fan of mystics, it could, but you're interested in it, it could be a nice bridge over to mystics, or perhaps a nice medium. Like you're a mystic, but you don't feel like playing a mystic, hey, be this.
Personally, I look at this and I'm like, it has potential. And to be honest, I've been thinking, because when I first saw this, I was like, oh, we're getting psionic subclasses. Okay, we might be getting something with Mystic at some point. So it's a good step in the right direction. Personally, I'm kind of disappointed we don't get unique spells with this. Because it's kind of like...
Well, it's got one unique spell, and then it's got some features.
Yeah,
it's got that Mind Sliver, which, I mean, honestly, a cantrip that does psychic damage is pretty neat.
Yeah. Which actually, yeah, that's something that's something that's at the bottom of this Unearthed Arcana. By the way, there's a new cantrip that goes along with the new, what I'm looking for.
The class?
Yeah, the new subclasses that are coming out. It's called. I'm actually gonna pull it up for you guys to see. It's all the way down. It's called. Here we go. It's called Mind Sliver, and it's an enchantment cantrip, which, hey, more enchantment spells! But this time, it doesn't have it to where...
Just keep talking.
But this time, it doesn't have it to where we have... This time, it doesn't have it to where we have the problem... This time, it doesn't have it to where we have the problem of, oh, hey, I have a chance of turning someone into an enemy of mine if it goes badly. Because I can hear it. It's just. But what else is it? Oh yeah. So basically, the way it works is creature must make an intelligence saving throw when you cast this as an action at someone within 60 feet of you. If they fail a saving throw, 1d6 psychic damage. However, and the first time it makes a saving throw before the end of your next turn, it must roll a d4 and subtract the number from the save. It increases at by 1d6 at 5th, 11th, and 17th level. So there's a normal thing of cantrips getting up in damage per level. But the D4 thing is pretty important in my opinion, because that's anywhere from, well, I would say early level that's pretty important, because at that point creatures don't have that high of intelligence saving, won't have that high of intelligence saving throw bonus, so that D4 could make or break their throw. But as you get more higher level, I feel like this cantrip's going to go out of style more often. I feel like a good alternative would have been adding in more D4s per level, like going up to 4d4 when you hit 17th level to a max of, well, I said that's a max of minus 16.
Yeah, and then another thing I want to mention is, and this is kind of why I'm quite content with 2d10 damage for the mind or the reality warp ability. The Psychic doesn't have a lot of things that resist it.
The only things that do are the things that dish it out or the undead.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, that works. I guess they also have to factor in
Given
how
the few amounts of resistances to psychic damage, I feel like 1d6 is pretty fair.
Yeah, that's
for a solid damage.
Yeah. But with that, so overall, Abram Mind, okay, you got something for us. Might need a little bit of tweaking, but for the most part, it looks pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm.
So next up, in fact, as it were, is the so next up focuses on the Warlock. Now, I know a lot about the Warlock because I play one in Wheel of Time, one of 3 different personalities. But the Warlock is basically, I made a deal with some otherworldly being and I can cast spells from it. Unique spells on top of that. Because my spell slots, I don't get multiple spell slots and that they're on different levels. Every time I get a new level spell slot, all my spell slots become that level. You start out with 1, then you get 2, and then you grow up, and then you keep growing. Then you hit 3, then you hit 4, and you go up to a max of 5th level spells, but you can cast a 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th level spell once per long rest. And a Warlock gets their spells back on a short rest on top of that. So, Warlock in general, what are your feelings on it?
Also the Warlock?
Yeah, the Warlock in general.
Okay, the Warlock in general. In conversations when I've been able to describe the Warlock to other people, when looking at it, it very much feels like it is the fighter class of spellcast. It is meant to recharge on a short rest and keep going.
Yep, it's basically, give me an hour, get this up. Okay, ready to go, let's do this!
Yeah, with Warlock, I feel like it's kind of like a more savage form of sorcerer.
Oh yeah.
It's like what's a great way to compare it? Maybe the sorcerer as a rogue, and then the Warlock as the sorcerer as a fighter, and the Warlock as a barbarian.
In fact. Yeah, I'm curious about the comparison.
It just the roleplay wise, kind of the way you play them, they're kind of a bit more on the burly, uncivilized side of things. That might be a little bit sketchy when I'm saying it. But with a sorcerer, you can kind of play everything, and then with a Warlock, you are bound to this mostly evil patron.
Yeah, depending on what thing you're going to, because the different subclasses, as it were, as you guys can see. So official content-wise, we have the Archfey, the Celestial, the Fiend, the Great Old One, and the Hexblade and the Undying. So Archfey, you made a deal with some Fey from the Feywild. It's probably something chaotic. Let's be honest. The Feys are very much chaotic in 5e.
Oh yeah.
Celestial, you made a deal with something. Maybe an angel, maybe a demigod, but Fey wants something from you. So you're probably going to be lawful good. Or some type of good.
Mm-hmm.
Fiend, you made a pact with a demon or a devil. Or a Yugoloth, or whatever. Good for you. Have fun doing evil acts, probably.
Yeah, or have fun having a patron that will, each time he comes to talk, pulls out the contract and say, based on byline 3A of subsection 2.
God damn it, devil.
Well,
You have to do this for me.
Yep. Great Old One, Cthulhu, the like. They don't really pull that psionic edge, they more play just the cosmic horror in general. Hexblade, which no one knows what the fuck it is! I swear, this is the most confusing class, the most confusing subclass in 5e, I'm pretty sure. Because if people say, oh yeah, your patron is your weapon? And it possibly comes from the Shadowfell? From the Raven Queen made these weapons, for example? But it's like, there is no patron they give as an example for any of it. And it's just like, why?
I think that's just kind of let the game masters have their field day with it.
Yes, but at least you give some examples so that people can understand it. Like, I've seen so many discussions talking about, so what patron do I choose for the Hexblade? And literally the only one that I've seen defaulted to has been the Raven Queen. Hell, I defaulted to the Raven Queen. Because it was just made the most sense. And then, the Undying. Basically, you're serving a Lich. It's Lich, as the web DM put it, it's Lich boot camp.
Now I'm imagining a Lich screaming like a drill sergeant now.
Yeah. But so Warlocks have it where they get an expanded spell list based off what subclass they go into. For example, if you're a Fiend, you get Fireball. You get Fireball. You get Wall of Fire, mainly fire theme stuff. Based off of what you go into, you get very specific stuff. Funnily enough, the Lurker of the Depths is very much centered around elemental stuff, as it were. As we start out, the Lurker of the Depths starts out with, you made a pact with an entity that lurks somewhere deep in the ocean or even on the untold plane of water, such as a mighty kraken, an ancient primordial, or a monstrous being from creation's earliest days. You serve as this creature's eyes and ears, watching the world beyond its domain and reporting your findings. You may have gained this pact as a member of a cult dedicated to the entity, or after your patron saved your life when you nearly drowned at sea. The Lurker's clutches. Several features of the Lurker of the Deep create tentacles or a maw that reach into the world. The form of these appendages reflect the nature of your specific patron. For example, a Kraken's warlock might summon great squid-like tentacles, serrated crab claws, or a massive octopus beak. The summoned primordial water elemental might create tendrils or swells of living water. So, starting off with that flavor. I feel like this was something that should have I feel like this was something that was very much influenced by Ghost of Saltmarsh, as it were.
And
You think?
I'm also kind of getting the feeling, even though I don't watch Critical Role, which about this time I think it started its own stream. Yeah, Thursday evenings are kind of a tight spot, but anywho, I kind of feel like this is like, I'm smelling some like Fjord vibes.
Fjord?
Yeah, vibes here.
Yeah, that's true.
Since his whole character, like, even though I think he went with the Great Old One.
No, he actually went with the Hexblade.
Okay. But I kind of feel like that if Matt Mercer and Travis were to decide to revamp anything, like revamp or rebuild any characters on Critical Role, I kind of feel like this would be perfect for Fjord.
Yeah, the Fjord plays more of like the sword swinger, so I feel like that's why he went Hexblade around.
True.
Now he's multi-classing in the Paladin from what I heard. It's weird, but whatever.
I need to catch up on that.
Same. But what do you think? What's your opinion on Lurker of the Death? Just looking at the flavor for it.
I'm surprised like this flavor is like not applied in other Warlock subclasses. Just that I've seen as both a player and a DM, and I kind of need to feel like we need to do that a little bit more often. It really gives more that vibe for the connection to the otherworldly patron.
And the expanded spell list. This is why I really got into the idea of, oh yeah, they're very much playing off the water motif. First level, create or destroy water, Thunder Wave. Second level, Gust of Wind, Shatter. Third level, Lightning Bolt, Sleet Storm. Fourth level, Control Water, Avoids Black Tentacles. Fifth level, Commune with Nature, Cone of Cold.
Just as a quick amend, second spell level is Gust of Wind and Silence, not Shatter.
It says Shatter on here. Oh, does it say something different on the
Yeah,
I'm watching my
I'm looking at the
because I'm
official
looking at
PDF
these
here.
spells and I'm like,
Yep.
wait.
Good job, website. Good job, website. It was shatter instead of. That's funny. Anyway,
So
ignore that mess up. But yeah, so a lot of these are based on water, as it were.
oh yeah,
Which
stream water.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I was like, what are these? Is this like all of Klaus's spell list?
did Klaus make a multi-class in the lurker in the deep? Did he try to find? Did he try to find who his dad was, and he made a pact with him?
Oh no! Klaus's dad is secretly a Kraken confirmed.
Oh, knowing Torzokia's luck,
Wow.
it wouldn't surprise me that Kraken's swimming in the waters off of it.
Oh my gosh! But
Thanks for the ideas.
I mean, Vice is going into water stuff, so might want to bring that up to
I
him.
was about to say, what is this class on Tritons?
This would be a great underwater. Actually, thinking about it, this would be great for underwater campaigns, as it were. Like, so because officially the only underwater classes that the only underwater race that you have that can breathe underwater are the sea elves and the trained. But for us, since we have the MPMB character sheet, we have access to the merfolk, as it were, and those guys can swim. So it really opens up underwater stuff, as it were. So this seems like a pretty interesting class to do underwater.
Oh yeah, this and in some respects at higher levels, the sorcerer. The sorcerer archetype we finished talking about a little bit ago. Both of these would be perfect for an aquatic adventure. So.
And speaking of that, okay, next up, Grasp of Depths. Deep. Which one of you guys wants to start off?
I can start off here. Grasp of the Deep. At first level, you gain the ability to magically summon a spectral tentacle that strikes at your foes. As a bonus action, you create a 10-foot long tentacle at a point you can see within 60 feet of you. The tentacle lasts for 1 minute or until you use this feature to create another tentacle. When you create the tentacle, you can make a melee spell attack against a creature within 10 feet of it. On a hit, the target takes 1d8 cold or lightning damage, your choice when it takes the damage, and its speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of your next turn. When you reach 10th level in this class, the damage dealt by the tentacle increases to 2d8. As bonus action on your turn, you can move the tentacle up to 30 feet and repeat the attack. You can summon the tentacle a number of times equal to your charisma modifier, minimum of once, and you'll gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest.
Okay, so Arms of Madara, eat your heart out, first of all.
Yeah.
Does more damage, Arms of Madara, anyway, but still, it's a strength saving throw versus a melee spell attack.
This, I honestly think, this is a pretty. My notes later, I took notes on the whole archetype here, but honestly, this is a fair indicator of the rest of the archetype.
Oh yeah,
And
definitely.
what we have in store.
Yeah. What do you think of that? What do you think of Grasp of the Deep, as it were? I think it's a pretty interesting. Take on doing an attack for a spellcaster, especially since it allows you to have a long range option, but have a melee attack, as it were.
10-foot long tentacle at a point you can. Oh, okay. Ooh, alright. So this kind of just feels like a roper, but you can move their tentacles around.
God.
Yeah.
We experience ropers, all right.
Dude, this is a fun thing with Grasp of the Deep, I feel like, is the fact that tentacle can kind of spawn anywhere.
True.
Which is pretty, and it pulls it to it, right?
Nope. It's a point within 60 feet of you. It can attack anything within 10 feet, and it moves up to 30 feet.
When you reach to, oh, okay. I was about to say, if you could pull it kind of to it, that'd be even cooler. Because it allows with a lot more movement manipulation, you can kind of get more control of the battlefield.
And you can use it as a bonus action on top of that. And bonus actions for a spell, for the Warlock, I don't think they have many bonus action spells, so them being able to use that is pretty handy. Next up, Scion of the Depths. Basically, any aberration, beast, elemental, or monstrosity that has an innate swimming speed while it's within 120 feet of you, you can telepathically communicate with it, and it can understand with you and respond telepathically. Holy fucking shit! I'll be honest, that as a first level feature is just godlike.
So you're just like, you become Aquaman, but of the creatures of the Underdark.
Anything that can swim, if it's an aberration, beast, elemental, or monstrosity, if it can swim, and it's one of those, you can talk to it when it's within 120 feet.
Lovecraftian Aquaman.
Oh yeah. I'm kind of, because of that, I'm kind of smelling a, you can get a little bit of edgy in here. A little bit. But that's just me.
Too. I think that's very handy, to be honest.
Yeah.
Especially as a first level feature, just to get telepathy off the bat with those guys. If this was an underwater campaign, holy shit, you'd be so useful. You would literally be. Everyone would immediately look to you like you'd be better than the ranger and the druid in an underwater campaign when it comes to that.
Well, you'll be able to talk to sharks and tell them, hey, you'll get a free meal if you attack those guys right there.
It's like, sure.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Low level, Grasp of the Deep and Scion of the Deep honestly offer some pretty good utility and offensive stuff.
Yeah, they do. I definitely like to see that in the first, and like just starting off at level 1, that's already good stuff you're getting. And even despite the fact that you might have a first level spell slot, it's like, hey, you got enough utility features to where you can use some pretty good stuff.
I do feel, however, that Scion of the Deep is very situational.
Yeah, but I feel like that's very. I feel like you're only gonna pull something like this out if you feel like A, it might be handy enough, such as A, on an underwater campaign, B, Underdark if they allow bodies of water in it, which I think you would, and C, just if you're traveling around in general, if you come across any body of water, it's like, oh, I can talk to the stuff that's in there.
I will say, knowing my luck with games, if I were to pick this up and play it, the most I'll get out of the Scion of the Deep is talking to goldfish in someone's fish tank.
Or talking to a sea hag.
Oh, jeez. That'll be an interesting conversation.
Who's ready for some Shinovar too?
Ray, but she's a Scion, but she's a looker of the deep.
Oh no.
Talks to the sea hag. Hey, can you not? She has charisma at the house. Hey, can you not attack us?
Okay. Campaign saved.
Okay, next up. Fathomless Soul. At 6th level, your patron grants you greater abilities. You gain the following benefits. You can breathe both air and water. You gain a swimming speed equal to your walking speed, and you gain resistance to cold damage. Sorcerer Aberrant Mind eats your fucking heart out.
Also, I think anything else.
There you go, a mobility spell and utility spell, but it's not 14th level.
It's 6th level, and it's automatic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And also, kind of at this point, depending on the campaign you're in, you might be apt to be heading towards the ocean anyway.
Yeah.
We're in situations where bodies of water are between you and your enemy.
And you're just like, fuck it, I'll swim. It's like, dang. You get swimming speed equal to your walking speed. You get resistance to cold damage, which I don't know how frequent that would be, as it were. But I do think this would be pretty handy. Give me a second here. Anyway, but yeah. So I think this would be pretty handy at 6th level, especially if it's like if the DM has where they start an underwater campaign at like 5th or 6th level, right off the bat. Oh, hey guys, I'm a human, but I can breathe underwater. It's like, okay,
Aquaman, calm down.
Also, Guardian Grasp. This one upgrades Grasp of the Deep. Would you like to read this card? I knew that you were interested in Grasp of the Deep, as it were.
At 6th level, the tentacle you create with Grasp of the Deep can defend you and others. When you or a creature you can see takes damage while within 10 feet of the tentacle, you can use your reaction to choose one of those creatures and reduce the damage to the chosen creature by half. After doing so, of course, the tentacle vanishes.
Okay, so you just turned into a guardian. So, I kind of sucks that the tentacle goes away after that. But at the same time, it's like, well, damn.
I mean, you could just reactivate the tentacle in the next action, probably.
Because you can use it a number of times equal to your charisma modifier per long rest on top of
Yeah.
that. So, but it's like, so I can half my. So it's like you're fighting like something that's like deals a massive ton of damage. Guardian Grasp, half damage, and imagine if it was a saving throw. So you succeeded, you take half damage, and then Guardian Grasp, another
It's
half.
definitely a good reaction for sure.
Oh yeah, because I don't think I don't think there's many reaction stuff that a warlock will make use for.
Yeah.
So it gives them more options on top of that. What's your thoughts on Guardian Grasp?
It kind of builds upon the first level feature pretty well.
Yeah, it does.
It's nothing. It's not. I wouldn't say it's not exactly groundbreaking, but it takes what is set out at the beginning and builds upon it.
Yeah, and also it's very handy for when combat and stuff. Especially given the fact that at 6th level you're gonna start being a lot more people that can hit harder against you.
And also, this is kind of at the point that, depending on how characters are built or the luck of the character generation or what feats you picked, some people's saving throws might be not the greatest in the world.
Oh yeah, that's the truth.
Even at 6th level or higher, saving throws, certain unsupported saving throws, or saving throws you don't have proficiency in, start to lag behind.
Yeah, and that's the sucky part. But next up, do you want to read a Devouring Maw, as it were?
Sure. Devouring Maw. Starting at 10th level, you can magically draw forth a manifestation of your patron's insatiable hunger. As an action, choose a point you can see within 60 feet of you. For 1 minute, a translucent maw manifests in a 10-foot radius centered on that point. Each creature in that area, when the maw appears, must succeed on a strength saving throw against your spell save DC or be restrained. Any creature that starts its turn in the maw's area takes 3d6 cold or lightning damage. Your choice when it takes the damage. As an action, a restrained creature can repeat the saving throw, ending the restraint on success. At the start of your turn, if there is a creature in the maw's area, you gain temporary hit points equal to your warlock level. Once you use this feature, you cannot do so again until you finish a short or long rest.
Okay, so I want to mention the last thing for the temporary hit points. Fiend Warlock. When you kill an enemy, when you down an enemy, when you reduce an enemy to 0, you get temporary hit points equal to your level plus your charisma modifier. This one just makes it to your level, so you set it at 10. But I'm gonna be honest, I feel like the charisma modifier would be a pretty good thing to add on top of that. It might be like, oh yeah.
Well, let's look back at the spell where you get that and the modifier. What do you have to do to accomplish it?
Reduce an enemy to 0. That's it.
This one you just have to cast a spell and they have to be in it.
True.
So, if anything else, this is a pretty safe bet versus Pact of the Fiend, where you actually have to be kind of either A, in the center of combat.
Yeah, you probably have to be the one kill stealing too, which is the rogue's job.
The rogue, I got him! Warlock, I got it! Eldritch Blast! Yeah.
Well, at that point, we got the rogue and
or the warlock, or the rogue that multi-class into warlock.
Yeah, we got the warlock and the rogue having a Gimli and Legolas situation at the Battle of Helm's Deep.
That doesn't count.
Where might be a fun little dynamic of just the two of them squaring off, trying to see who can kill the most.
Warlock, stop killing! Stop taking my kills! I need the temporary hit points. Stop! It's just be funny. But yeah, Devouring Maw seems 3d6 cold or lightning damage. And on top of that, I think lightning is one of the least resisted damage as it were.
Look at that. Damage changing? Wowee.
It's almost like it came from the Mystic class.
Huh.
Yeah.
But yeah, I personally look at that and I'm like, A, I personally look at that and I'm just like, that's a pretty handy thing to have, to be honest. Like, it's like for 1 minute, as long as they're inside of it, 3d6 damage automatically. They have to waste an action to be able to get out of it, which means no attacking, no spellcasting, no nothing, just getting out of it. So I think it's pretty handy, as it were.
Yeah, for 10th level too, that is a really nice thing. I'm glad they decided to keep to 3d6, because if they made that any higher, that would be working like Maelstrom, and that's too high for 10th level, in my opinion.
Yeah, true.
And admittedly, the other classes, the base classes, even without Onyx Arcana stuff, 10th level is usually a good, like, where they get like a nice new capstone that even if they stop at that, well, 10th level is kind of a mini capstone that's pretty good on its own.
Now, I can already see a pretty cool combo move with this and Grasp of the Deep. Because that's a double restraint, I think.
You can't double restrain, but
yes, but it's just restraining on top of more restraint.
it's like grabs you with tentacle. I break out of it. Oh, good for you. Guess what? You're in my devouring maw. Roll a saving throw, bitch. DM.
It's a pretty nice combo there.
It's like okay, starting off. Uses Grasp of the Deep to hold him in place. You think this is gonna stop me? No, but this will. Devouring maw.
The patron. If we had a webcam set up, you would see me picking up a little black book and practically slamming it on the table.
Because that's the patron doing something to the warlock's enemy. But next up, we have the capstone for the warlock subclass at 14th level. Carl, would you like to read this?
Starting at 14th level, you gain the ability to call upon your patron for aid. As an action, you choose a point within 30 feet of you where your patron tears through reality, manifesting a measure of its thalassic grandeur. Choose one of the following effects to issue from its manifestation point. Once you use either effect, you cannot use this feature again until you finish a long rest. You could do transport if you want.
Alright. I'll do transport. You do fury, Perry?
Sure thing.
Alright. Transport. You and up to 5 willing creatures of your choice you can see within 30 feet of you, 30 feet of the manifestation point, are grasped by spectral tentacles and yanked through your patron's realm. The tentacles teleport you and the chosen creatures to a point of your choice within 100 miles that you have visited within 24 hours. The tentacles then vanish.
Okay, first off, just a quick comment on transport. Fast travel much?
Oh my god.
But anyway, Fury. You can direct a barrage of spectral tentacles to issue forth and strike up to 5 creatures you can see within 30 feet of the manifestation point. Each target must make a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed saving throw, the creature takes 6d10. 6d10 of lightning or cold damage. And is knocked prone. I kid you. Let me repeat that. And is knocked prone. Prone is you're knocked flat. Everyone has advantage on attack rolls against you that can hit you. And in order to get up, you gotta spend half your movement to get up.
Oh yeah. On a successful save, it takes half damage as a knock prone and the tentacles then vanish. But I just want to say, okay, I have a question.
Okay.
I have a question for the guys who made this subclass. Were you trying to one-up the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer? Because you did it. You did it and then some. So first of all,
Congrats.
transport. You get to teleport at 14th level, unlike the Sorcerer at 18th level. Then, it's 100 miles that you visited within the past 24 hours. Not 1 mile that you can see.
Which admittedly, at that point, players probably have access to teleport circles and the like that are mapping them across the map. So in a way, this is kind of...
I just want to take the guy who made the transport idea and put him on the Sorcerer, this Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. And if it was the same guy, dude, what were you thinking?
You're he was saving for the class act, which is the Warlock.
God. And then Fury! That's basically, fuck you. Your patron says, fuck you, basically. You and your 5 friends in particular.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Transport is it's a little bit of a much there. It could potentially be a little game breaker if you're transporting yourself 100 miles away.
It's a long rest, but still.
With no return.
Admittedly, at that point.
Well, let's put this in terms of Cassia. You could travel, I think, the whole continent, if that's the case. A good portion of it.
Because the continent's 2,000 something miles.
It's 2,000 miles?
2,800 miles, about.
Beautiful.
So theoretically, you can get from one city to the next.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Generally speaking, oh no, you guys couldn't have gotten that.
Man, I really hate that other city. I got an idea. Let's go fight a bunch of dudes, but let me move them into that city.
Oh my god.
Wham! You're like, okay, this will take like a couple days to set up, but
displace them.
So, this might take a couple days to set up, but let me teleport there, grab them, and come back.
Oh yeah. It's like, Jesus. Like, this is a really great capstone for the Warlock, as it were. I can't say much about it because it's just so awesome. It's within 30 feet of you. It's an action, and it's a long rest. It works perfectly well. Now, the transport thing, I just look at and I'm like, that is wonderfully what the fuck.
Yeah.
But it might be a bit much, somewhat.
Well, admittedly, also, the Warlock kind of has that WTF thing to it.
Yeah, it does.
And this whole thing is kind of WTF, which kind of lends itself that I might get worked on a little bit.
Oh yeah, I have no. If anything, Aberrant Mind I see getting worked on. Warlock, I look at the way I look at the Oath of Heroism from last week. It's an Eloquence. It's definitely getting nerfed.
Yeah. Which, since we're kind of starting to move into the comments about that whole thing, the only maybe this is just me having selective memory on Warlocks in general, but kind of a lot of the abilities being locked to a long rest kind of knocks against the class's idea.
Because this is very short rest heavy. Like, there's only one ability that they get in here. Yeah, and then again here, that's a short rest. Everything else is either automatic. We have one short rest, 2 automatics, and then 2 long rests.
Yeah. Admittedly, the long rest stuff kind of. Well, actually. Well, the long rest stuff is kind of spread out over the whole class, so.
Yeah, so you get a long rest thing at first level. You get an automatic at first level. You get an automatic at 6th level. You get a short rest at 10th level, and then you get another long rest at 14th level. Just kind of spread out evenly, but still it's kind of like it's very long rest heavy, kind of.
Which, admittedly, that might be really the only way to balance the archetype.
True, it's like you don't want to take away what makes it awesome, but you don't want it to where the Warlock can just spam this.
So, like, admittedly though, all this stuff, the archetype is kind of a cherry on top to the rest of the Warlock class, which is strong on its own.
And I believe this is about the time when you're starting to unlock the ability to cast 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th level spells once per long rest.
Yeah.
So having this on top of that is just, it's amazing.
Yeah, so maybe this is just me being selective in memory, and my experiences of playing Warlock is limited, and just my idea of it may not be lined up with reality, but the long rest is the only thing that I see a knock against this.
Yeah.
But from a design point of view, it's probably the only way to get this all balanced correctly.
Yeah, it is, I think.
And factoring in the rest of the class and the rest of the archetypes, it might already be at a point of, hey, this is pretty good.
Oh yeah, definitely. What do you think, Car? Looker of the Deep in general.
It's definitely a fun class for sure. having a utility spell at 6th level as opposed to apparently 14th level is definitely a good thing. Grasp of the Deep as a 1st level spell is just, I feel like it would be very fun to use. Have fun with my tentacle weapons as much as you want, my dude. And with the Guardian Grasp enhancing it later on, just makes it even better. It even has a little upgrade in Grasp of the Deep at level 10, which is very cool. I'm a huge fan of that. I'm not a huge fan of the Scion of the Deep. I feel like it's just very situational, and overall, just like it kind of pales in comparison to the rest of the class. Yeah, go on.
Admittedly, kind of, stuff at like 1st level kind of runs the gambit of being really good, like Rage, or not so good.
Fighting styles.
Yeah.
I think every ability in here, including Scion of the Deep, is just very fun and general, and I could totally see myself using a class like this.
Okay, but I got a question though. Which do you think is better? Aberrant Mind or Looker of the Deep?
On paper,
On paper.
On paper, I think Lurker of the Deep is the winner in this area right now. But I say that with the assumption that since the sorcerer kind of needs some work on its own, and as I was saying about the warlock, the Lurker of the Deep archetype is kind of the cherry on top of everything else.
Yeah.
That's kind of the same way with the sorcerer. So it might. I think if the sorcerer was given a little bit more love and a little bit more TLC and a little bit more drawing board time, and maybe a little bit more private playtesting at Wizards,
Yeah.
I think it would. I think the Aberrant Mind would be either a runner-up or a pretty good rival to this.
Yeah, I think so too. I have a question. Which one would you play more, and what's your ideal character that you would make for the subclass?
Oh man.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Klaus would end up being this if you made him a little bit more chaotic.
Oh yeah.
For sure. The Lurker of the Deep, I feel like I would just have a lot more fun with, especially if the Grasp of the Deep can do a lot more movement and control of the battlefield. And I kind of there aren't too many classes that can have that ability over the battlefield, which I think would just be fun. Pointing things and having them do damage that is an Eldritch Blast is pretty fun.
You mean the Warlock's mainstay?
Yeah. And then as for the Sorcerer, I think it has an advantage RP wise.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot more backstory and stuff you can mess with to create a very flavorful character.
Yeah.
I'd have to say, if I was gonna make a character, well, I like Looker of the Deep. That's something that I would play in a game where I know it's gonna be mainly combat because it would be very handy. But if I was gonna play a character I would want to roleplay, I would do Sorcerer of the Deep. I would do Aberrant Mind, Sorcerer of the Deep. I mean, that'd be a good multi-class option.
There's pizza.
It could be a multi-class option, but
Hey, the coffee lock is a very viable option. So.
yeah. But I would go Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. And to be honest, I would play into something about either the Far Realms or the Mind Flayer, as it were. If it was something Underdark, I would play more into like the Beholders or the Mind Flayers. But if it was just like I was on general stuff, I would say, man, let's go Far Realm with this. Like a character who like they don't remember what happened to them, but something happened and it changed them. And this change is evident in everything they do.
Maybe they were a former wizard's apprentice and they accidentally got sucked into a far realm portal.
Yeah. I remember this reminds me of the mystic character that I gave to you that you kind of molded in the show. Right? The original backstory was that she was a mystic. She was a high elf mystic. But she had been captured by mind flayers because they were grooming mystic because they wanted to harvest their psionic energy. And I can kind of say like this, like where they used to be a mystic, and the mind flayers tried to turn them into one of their own. But instead of it doing that, it it modified them. It turned them from a mystic into a sorcerer. But there's still little pieces of that psionic heritage, but they don't know whether it's the mystic side of them that they had or the mind flayer side that's trying to take over. And you could see it and they say that it failed to turn them into a mind flayer. But what if it's just taking longer than expected? And maybe at one point in the campaign, they start turning into a mind flayer. And the party has to try and save them from it.
Ooh, spooky.
Maybe that tadpole thing that was planted in them was really more dormant, and now
It's waking up, and you gotta find a way to stop it, or else they're gonna become a mind flayer. Maybe they start hearing the elder brain, and the only way they can stop it from transforming is if they kill it. So they have to go on a quest to kill the elder brain of the mind flayer colony that tried to turn them into one.
which could be a lead into other events that are not a center of the spider web, but certainly a point in the web of villainy that the world could have.
Oh yeah, it's just like there's so many options for the aberrant mind. I just wish that it had the mechanics to back it up at the same time. Like flavor-wise and recipe-wise, it's awesome. It could handle a lot of story potential, but mechanics-wise, it needs a little bit more. Like if we had the mechanics of the warlock and the roleplay flavor of the sorcerer for these subclasses, that would be an amazing subclass for whatever class it belongs to.
Oh yeah. My personal thoughts. I'm a combat guy. I lean slightly more towards the warlock in this case, but that's with the caveat that we're in a archipelago pirate seafaring campaign, and we have access to water, the fishes, all that other stuff, and I have opportunities to even use a lot of my passive abilities.
Oh yeah.
What was it? But the role-playing side of me, the role-playing storyteller side of me, is screaming the sorcerer.
Oh yeah.
The sorcerer has a lot more potential than, say, hey, a kraken saved your life from a sinking of a fantasy cruise ship, but it wants you to do something for it.
Oh yeah.
This is, you woke up in the middle of a cave surrounded in a mind flayer laboratory, and you ran.
You don't know what they did, you don't know who the hell you are, but something happened, and you gotta find out what.
Mm-hmm. And for a mystery-driven investigative type of game, I think that would be perfect.
Oh yeah.
The ardent mind sorcerer runs across. He encounters the PCs who have, funny enough, using the Acquisitions Inc. franchise rules, started up their own investigative business.
Yeah.
They're private eyes in a big old city. The sorcerer comes up hey, I kind of want to work for you, but I need some help. So, in exchange for help, and that might be either an initial hook or even a later hook, because the sorcerer might not even know exactly what happened. He could have just woken up in the middle of a van.
Oh yeah.
Someone just found him on the side of the road and just said, hey, I'm taking you with me.
But is there any specific character that you come up with at all?
My specific characters? It's very highly dependent on the campaign. I'm pretty sure a Lurker of the Deep can make an amazing pirate captain.
I call upon my patron to catch the Kraken to sink my enemies and stuff like that, or to teleport me and my ship to safety.
Oh yeah, it could definitely lead to some Pirates of the Caribbean moments. For sure.
Especially the third one. Especially the third one. It's like you're in the middle of a maelstrom as your ships are sailing along the sides of it, not getting any closer, and it's like they eventually get close, and it's like you're having a fight on top of the beams of one of the pirate ships with the maelstrom and the sink in the middle of the ocean, going down. And it's like either you're going down or I am.
Uh-huh.
This would be good for a very Davy Jones-esque character.
And also in a way, even then, this would just make for pretty good cultists.
Oh yeah.
Seafaring cultists, not even a pirate captain.
It's like, where's that creepy guy on the ship for? Oh, him. He stops the Kraken from eating us. Wait, what? Oh yeah.
Like occasionally we run across like a turtle dragon or some sort of like giant octopus. He's able to talk him down.
And we're not going to question this? No, we're not.
Like one time we spent a week hanging out in the same part of the ocean, and him and a giant squid talked. We don't ask about the details of that conversation.
We just know that it left, and it didn't need us, so we're not going to question it.
And that is probably a great moment where Scion of the Deep works pretty well.
And the pirate captain says, yeah, and like one of my rivals, his ship got sunk when he was chasing after us through this region, so...
We're not going to piss off the guy who's keeping us alive.
Free drinks on him!
But, okay, so, aberrant mind. Net neutral, net negative, net positive.
Like I said earlier, it was a pretty average class. Nothing great, nothing bad about it. I'm putting a net neutral on it.
It kind of feels by the numbers a little bit, like a little bit too safe. But because of some of the comparing it to other classes, like other archetypes in its same caliber, in the same class, it's overall net neutral, but it's slightly leaning negative.
I get it, yeah.
That's just my design mechanic side of me talking.
For me, I think net neutral, but I feel like for me, I lean towards net positive just because of the psionic spell list, because I look at that and I'm like, wizards, give that to all sorcerer subclasses. We need that. We need this because we need... Sorcerer needs something. It needs a quirk. It can't just have meta magic or whatever its subclass gives it. It needs some... I think that across the board, there needs to be a... If you are of this subclass, you will have preferred... You will automatically get spells at certain levels that are related to your class. If you're a draconic bloodline, you automatically get Dragon's Breath, and you get Chromatic Orb. If you're Shadow Sorcery, something like that, like give me something that plays into their origin. And I feel like the psionic spells very much does that for the aberrant mind, which is what pushes it towards closer to net positive for me. But most of it is keeping it a net neutral. Now, what about Lurker of the Deep? Net neutral, net negative, or net positive?
As for the Lurker of the Deep, I'm going to put an overall net positive. A simple, fun class with enough room to get creative with your spells. And while it does not have as much, I guess, roleplay versatility as the Aberrant Mind did, it's still fun with very specific... well, I wouldn't even say that. It's still fun to use overall. Like, for example, using a Triton or being a pirate, pretty fun to roleplay with that.
Oh, yeah. Same thing with me, net positive. Sure. Admittedly, it's slightly leaning towards net neutral because of the long rest thing, but I completely understand why they have to have certain class abilities tied to the long rest.
Yeah, so that way it doesn't get too busted.
Yeah, so it's one of those things that we just like. It's good in my books. It has potential in its own right, not as much as the Adder Mind, but in a seafaring combat-based campaign, this archetype of the Warlock would shine.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So,
for me, I'm thinking net positive, definitely, mainly because of the fact that it's mechanics heavy. Its roleplay potential could use more, but for me, my thing is that for Warlock, a lot of what comes from roleplay for it is either thinking about it more. I think Warlock has the same situation of the Sorcerer. It's like, well, it doesn't have anything built in that's flavorful. It's the fact that its backstory leans to it. Like you're the patron of some Lurker of the Depths. How did they become your patron? What do they want from you? Why are you working for them? Stuff like that. Like I feel like Warlock has as much potential as the Sorcerer does if played right. And I feel like a good player will. I feel like it'll be one of those situations where, like, the majority of the time will just be, oh yeah, I just use Looker of the Deep because it's a pretty good thing. But some people might just take that subclass and just shine with it and really make something new with it.
Admittedly, the base Warlock class has a lot of role-playing potential on its own,
Oh yeah, definitely.
especially with the dynamic between the Warlock and the Warlock and their Pacific Age.
Oh yeah.
So it like the lack of role-playing potential within the archetype is a little more made up for the Warlock class itself.
Yeah. But with that, I think we're done with the Unearthed Arcana for now, which means our next 2 hours in, mind you, our next category is Adventures of Onyx review and discussion, talking about the last session that just occurred.
Oh, the last session.
Oh boy.
You got a report for that?
Real
No, I do not.
real quick. Perry needs to take a pee break.
Yep. So we'll be right back, folks. We're just gonna take a break for right now.
I just took my pee break.
We'll see you guys in a bit, folks. And we're back, folks. So, starting back up.
I
Next,
think we've kept this "we'll be right back" thing for the whole time.
oh yeah, for the whole time that we took a break.
Oh, okay. I thought you had that for the whole session.
No, I did not. So next up is Adventures of Onyx. So last session was Revelations and Old Gods. So our merry band of adventurers, after having their girls' night and boys' night, met back up, and we had Odette had a little bit of a problem, as it were. She was being stalked, and it turned out to be by her twin brother. What? What the fuck? Insert drama music here.
Bum bum bum.
Bum, bum, bum.
But yeah, we had a chase scene where he was chasing her and her mother, who randomly appeared out of nowhere. We had a whole segment with them, followed by our boy Ugis getting himself into some deep shit by after becoming a cleric of Loki, deciding to cause a little bit of chaos.
This is a whole can of worms. I can be honest with you.
Oh,
And
that's an understatement.
as a player who was watching this front row seats, my stars. My stars. Why? Why?
So starting off, so what do you guys think of this session in general? Alston for Perry didn't get as much playtime, but Sir Dole
What?
had some shit.
I did.
You left Ugas to die.
Oh, just like he left his daughter.
Oh. So, tell me, what was your thought process behind that?
What?
What was the thought process behind Sir Dole listening to Mojo and saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna leave"?
Well,
Chief."
you know, you gotta follow by your contractual obligations. And hey, if your outsider fucking what's the word I'm looking? Outsider patron tells you, hey, I gotta go, and you gotta go too, because I need you alive for my other plans. Hey, let's go. And hey, if Ugas,
Yeah, it was Ugas.
If Ugas has got to be the sacrifice, then that's just got to be the sacrifice I need to make.
Oh my gosh, that whole session was.
So long as chaos is ensued.
Jesus. To be honest, I didn't. To be honest, the Knoll. What was your reaction when I said, "Oh yeah, it was a Knoll Church of Yonogu"?
Oh boy. Who boy.
What did you think of that, Barry? When I said it was a Knoll Church of Yonogu, what was your first reaction?
Face slap.
Facepalm,
Classic.
and then this will go one of two ways. Either A, Ugas' player gets smart and leaves.
Or B.
He tries to fight him and gets shanked.
Or
Yeah.
B, Ugas is played by Zephyr.
Oh my god. To be-
Knowing the way the player is and considering on the recording he decided to eat hair gel.
Oh.
Don't remind me of that, please.
Oh no.
Yeah, I should have already known the answer at the start.
That would have.
And it also doesn't help that Loki was kind of propelling him.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
I'm sure it created a nice, hopeful character development for Ugus, and I really hope he has learned his lesson.
Let's be honest, I don't think that he has. But, gosh. But
You're at arrest.
anyway, but what were your general feelings on the session in general? Do you think?
I personally liked it. It's for my character and specifically. It's creating a nice character arc. It's showing kind of how much of an asshole he is to like literally everything around him, and how much he realizes he's an asshole, but there's like he doesn't do anything about it.
He relishes in the assholery.
Oh my gosh.
Your secret is safe with my indifference.
That was a perfect picture to describe what was going on.
As for the other characters, we're moving on to oh shoot,
Odette?
the brother one, Odette. Yes.
Odan?
Odette and Odan. was a nice character moment, and I really think the player who plays that character really enjoyed that moment well.
Oh yeah.
And a nice sub-story, sub-arc going on. I'm sure it's going to tie into the night guy, and it already does, kind of. And it creates a nice moment for him. I'm so sorry, like, there wasn't super many memorable moments with you, but I kind of want to start, like, interacting with other people that isn't Ugas, because Ugas is trying to get me killed.
Ugas is trying to get everyone killed now.
Ugas is trying to get me killed.
I think Ugas is
I want
going.
to spread some chaos with a very lawful boy.
I think by the end of it, I think that Ugas might be either A, ousted by the party, B, killed by the party, or C, everyone in the party just goes, I'm like, what the fuck
Killed
is wrong
before
with
the
you?
party could even kill him.
Yeah,
Oh my
or,
gosh.
You know, Alston wanted to get in the good graces of the Northern Guard captain and just says, hey, we can set a trap. And this guy that's been murdering priests and all that and smearing Loki everywhere.
Oh my.
We found him.
Do you want him? Because we can give him to you.
What?
Sorry, folks, but right now our music just died on us, so...
Yeah, my audio render error. So I'm going to restart my computer. So we're just going to go without music now.
Try putting on some Soviet Wave.
Wait, I got this. I could probably play it on my phone.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to catch it on the stream. But anyway, like I was saying, it's just mainly the fact of the matter is that to be honest, I had two things planned. One, Odette and Odan. Two, getting Marion out. That whole 3, Ugas meeting Loki. I didn't expect him to meet Loki and then go, oh yeah, I'm gonna go completely chaotic evil with this shit.
I got my license to kill and I'm gonna do it.
Expect the unexpected.
I should have, but I didn't, and now I regret it. Because now shit's going down.
It's okay. Time to whip Ugas for being a very bad boy.
Oh yeah.
He has been very naughty.
That's an understatement, Chief.
Oh man. I need to remember who was Cookie's character.
Corey.
Corey. I think Corey had a good moment in there as well. Especially with their conversations with Odette.
Yeah.
And I think the two of them are kind of warming up together, and that's pretty nice.
Yeah, I think so. I'm glad for both of them. The Corey and Odette, I could tell were going to be really best of friends in the campaign.
It's okay, we'll be best of friends too.
I think more likely than not, Alston's going to kick the lizard folk in the shins. And the lizard folk is going to punt him across the room.
Oh my goodness.
But hey, Alston and Sardal could be assholes to each other and be the best friends.
Meanwhile, Alston's looking at Ugas like, hey, buddy, the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah. I will say though, since now, like, admittedly I wasn't able to have a whole lot of character moments.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to have a character moment with the Drow Maid.
Oh yeah, Zari.
Azari.
Yeah.
But I was just way too quiet and way too timid that night.
And some shit was going on that was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and also I think I was pretty tired that night too, so...
Understandable.
I believe I was away that evening also.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah.
Dog sitting.
It's very strange when we are away from the usual D&D spot. Like, you do technically kind of need a D&D spot, huh?
Yeah.
And also, I'm gonna be honest with you, these past couple weeks for me, I've been really tired and really exhausted, and
College, boy.
yeah, that and just crappy sleep schedule. So I can just like wave and like, hey, I want to do a character moment. Yeah. Wave and I can say, hey, I got a character moment. But it is much easier with you being able to say in person. I want to try to do something.
That is true. What else is there? The reveal that you guys are having a bank heist soon. What's your thoughts on that?
Time to steal stuff.
We're either going to do this Ocean's 11 flawless, do it within a session and be done with it,
or
we're going to get the campaign done by January.
I've got some bad news for you. I'm not good at stealth.
Please, God, do not make this thing
I've
run
got some
so.
worse news for you. I don't think Zephyr is better.
No, actually, he has the ability to give a person advantage on stealth checks since he's a trickery cleric.
Oh, he'll give it. Will he use it though? That's the true question.
Does he remember that he has it? Is the true
Right?
question.
I don't think so.
Oh God! But please, God, do not make me run this until January. At that point, I'm pretty sure we will hit 20 sessions by that point. Onyx does not need 20 sessions. I love Onyx, and I love this game, but it does not need 20 sessions. We ran Shinovar in 7. Do we need more?
Maybe not. Or maybe. I don't know. It's honestly your call as the GM.
I know.
Because
My ass sitting here planning for Monster Hunter when it's like I still got Onyx to deal with.
I'm on the r/Minecraft subreddit. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It's
Wow.
My autism is kicking in over here.
Oh,
Alright?
no.
Oh my God.
Alright?
No.
fine. Anyway.
Oh no.
But yeah, okay. So, DM talk here. I kind of did express a couple of thoughts with you about that.
Mm-hmm.
One of two things are probably gonna happen with the bank heist. Either it's gonna be an IOU that's gonna sit for a little bit and be like an end campaign cap thing, like after like a fun little, okay, this is the final job. We do this. We're set. Our patron is both set for life, and we're set for life also.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Or this is going to be, saying for example, for Magical Frontier, the players decide to become bandits and desperados. Their patron comes to them and say, hey, in the next 24 hours there's 3 trains with gold coming through. I need you to hit them.
God help us.
God help us, because it's going to be the loudest operation possible.
We killed every single innocent person on that train, and we sunk the train into the river. But hey, we got your money. And we blew up the train tracks, mainly the bridge, which means that there's no trains coming through this place for a while.
Or for the rest of this area for a while. And we currently have the Rail Baron on our ass now. Thank you. And he's also on your ass now because we left the calling card for you.
Oh, so the Major's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
So, like, yeah. So I kind of see one of those two things. If the patron gives a time limit, it's likely going to be the loudest operation. Period.
Oh yeah.
But if the patron lets us sit and play around, like sit and plan it out for like several sessions, while we're handling everything else, I kind of feel like it'll be an awesome end cap
Definitely.
in the game that either A, this is our final adventure, we part ways and like we do our criminal stuff, or a kind of chapter closing on these characters for a little while, and a nice little okay.
We'll let them sit and simmer there while we go do something else.
And depending upon what to play, or say with enough work, if you want to continue it, make it a game that runs opposite to Monster Hunter. Even though I'll have to drop out because of Magical Frontier at that point.
Too. But yeah. General thoughts about the session? Like any like compliments, gripes, critiques?
I think it was a almost textbook example of your storytelling methods.
True.
And being able to generate awesome character moments.
And being able to do improv out the ass.
Yeah.
I planned most of this out, but it didn't go the way I wanted it to.
And you always have this coming Friday.
Yeah. Oh God. That's right. That's why Onyx is tomorrow. I have to plan for that.
So.
Ooh. Oh boy.
God. Or we could have another situation where it was girls' night, where literally it was all improv.
Oh no.
Yeah. Tori, do you have any thoughts on?
I always have to look at it from a player perspective. I thought it was rather interesting for the session, as far as they go. Mm, if I'm putting it on the favorite scale, I guess it's not been my favorite because
You have Empire.
with all the sessions that went, it wasn't as like detailed as it could be. Oh man, that first session that you guys played, it was so detailed, very invigorating. If there's one thing that this man as a DM does right, it is definitely the introductions.
Get them hooked!
Get them hooked.
And then lose them.
Buddy,
Aw.
you haven't lost anyone.
I'm joking.
You sell a good taco, Mr. DM man.
Okay. What do you expect the next session to be? Like,
Okay.
I know I have a lot more goals personally in mind to do a lot more interactions with other characters that isn't Ugas. Kind of put Ugas on the tame side of things.
if he hangs out with any more chaotic people, God help that man.
Just
Yeah.
a note to Mojo, please.
Also, there's also the fact
Point me in other directions.
there's also the fact of the matter is he murdered a priest, and at night, but the other priests probably saw him. So
Dango.
yeah, we'll see what that happens. What happens there?
Dude, they're gonna call in Fenrock, I swear.
We're gonna call in Lorx, and he's gonna be like, "You guys had one job. You
You
had
guys
one
had
fucking
one
job."
Be a bunch of
Alright.
fucking gnolls.
Okay, we're back.
Ah.
Oh man. Okay, alright, I will say this. It's kind of dependent upon the timetable that the patron wants the bank heist to happen on.
Mm-hmm.
Because that will largely affect the steps moving forward.
Oh yeah.
Because if we were still able to focus on the investigation part of finding Night and eradicating them, then that's fine. Then we'll do those sessions and then we can do the bank heist real fast.
Yeah.
But if it's on with the timetable, well, baby boy, oh, it's gonna be loud, it's gonna be painful, it's gonna be a nightmare for everyone.
Oh yeah. I will say this about next session. Slater's Manor's still open, folks. Remember? Corey, during girls' night, she got teleported over to Fabi's homestead. She hung out around there. She found Slater's Manor, and she answered the riddle. Which, God, I don't get how you guys couldn't get that. Fucking damn it.
What was the riddle?
For reference, the riddle was 30 white horses stand on a pink hill. First they stomp, then they chomp, then they stand still. What are they?
They're clouds.
No.
Their teeth.
Yes.
Oh, their teeth. Oh, yeah.
No one got that.
I'm sorry. I'm singing a song called White Horses, right?
Uh-huh.
I can actually show it to you. And the white horses in there are clouds.
No.
So I was stuck on clouds.
No, for me, it was 30 white horses because 15 teeth on the teeth on the top, 15 teeth on the bottom. Pink hills are your gums.
Oh, man.
You stomp, you chomp, then they stand still.
Not lying. They were actually talking about clouds.
But yeah. And then they're like, well, how would we have gotten that? We didn't watch The Hobbit or anything. I'm like, even then I was chomping my teeth to give you a hint. And they thought it was just me, like, just hitting the mic. I was like, no, that was my teeth.
That was my teeth.
Oh, yeah. I just kept going. And they didn't get it.
Meanwhile, the gnome with like 18 intelligence at the time is just
Hanging out over in the tap. Actually, no, he's over getting his spine broken in a fight club.
honestly, even though that was some pretty balls to the walls and fun and whatnot, if Alston had a choice between fighting a gladiatorial fight and squaring off against a serial killer,
He would have chosen the serial killer.
oh yeah.
Oh, serial killers are just much more interesting fights.
He was a mistake.
Hey,
on
we get to
Psychic.
see crazy Sen.
What do you mean, crazy said?
Crazy Sen.
Oh my gosh.
Deranged and delusional.
So overall, we'll
Net neutral, net negative, and net positive.
But I'm neutral. Neutral to positive. That was a pretty enlightening session.
Net positive because I was able to see Roxy, one of your players, just go completely ham on role playing.
Oh,
and have
yeah.
time of her
It was
life.
a good time.
So, slight net neutral because I wanted to do something but couldn't do it.
Don't worry.
That's not a knock against you though.
Don't worry, we'll get some next session. Next session is Slater's Manor. Next session is puzzles and memories and traps galore. Get ready to die, folks. And with
Try to prepare to attack traps then.
have fun with that.
Yeah, I know.
But next up with that is actually one of the reasons why we invited our new co-host Car here.
Oh.
It's Wheel of Time.
Oh.
Or better known, Time is Ominous for the complete campaign name.
What would I talk about?
So first of all, what made you come up with this idea? This campaign?
Idea? Time is Ominous is an idea I've kind of had for 3 to 4 years now. It was based off of just a work I've worked on, a piece of fan art for a good friend of mine, and it kind of centered around this race called the Tick Reels, and the like. They're in Cassia, they're the ones that are known. They kind of have these ruins and the like, and so I built a little campaign around that for D&D. Like, I think I was at that time we were world building Cassia, and
the nth degree.
yeah, and I think it was at that moment, like after Shinovar, I think started to just barely get off the ground. I go to Sen and I'm like, hey, do you mind if I create this guy for your world? And he's like, well, go ahead. And that guy ended up being Aminor,
Okay.
which is the primordial god of time. And I kind of just grew from there and created the world. And when creating the world, I just decided, let me put a campaign for it too.
Turned into several modules.
Yeah, and basically the world building got out of hand.
The world building got out of hand for Cassia in general. Let's be honest here.
Hey. I still need to work on Biglia, man.
Oh my god. And you're going there!
Yes, I know.
Jeez. One day, folks, we'll get back to Shinovar.
One day.
The game.
I'm gonna be the George R. Martin of Shinovar, aren't I? I'm gonna say, don't worry, folks, we'll get to it. We never get to it.
But Shinovar is going to be the Half-Life 3 of D&D.
Oh god.
Meanwhile, I'm over here like Valve or Tolkien and like just creating races. Like, no, I'm more of a Tolkien, just creating races and like creating lore for them and like not really doing anything with them.
Oh my gosh. Well, now you can't get to the fact that I coded all those races into the character sheet now.
Yes, it's very, very nice and kind of you.
Yep. You're now officially all on the character sheet. And whatever else we come up with, whether it be classes or subclasses. But back to Wheel of Time. So it started off with a one-shot, as it were, that you've run several times, once a month, pretty much.
Yes, Into the Clockwork is by far like my most successful one-shot so far. I think I've ran that a grand total of 6 to 7 times. 7 times. And 2 of those times I actually made money on it, which I feel pretty happy about.
The other
One was Geek Gala. I made money off of Geek Gala, and the other one I ran for a bunch of people, a bunch of professors at Lenore Rhine College.
Nice.
Okay.
And I think that was the one and only time I got to implement my 3D maps.
Oh my gosh. So,
Oh man. We actually need to do that one shot one time and record it and do all that because that's an awesome. I was only able to sit in, like, watch it happen a little bit. I've heard stories about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's one of your, like, mini greats.
Thank you.
yeah.
What?
So, Into the Clockwork, what was the general premise of that, for the people who don't know about it?
The general premise that everyone pretty much gets is you're there to clean up someone's basement. I've got the full paper in here real quick. Ah, here it is.
You always carry your D&D. You can always carry your DM stuff on you.
I always carry my Into the Clockwork on me at all times, just in case of emergencies. I think I've done it as an emergency a couple of times. I've done it once, and it was very cool. It was like, oh, do you guys want to play D&D out of the blue? And they were like, what? Like, yeah, I could just do it like that. I can whip it out right now on my notepad. So, let me pull up the... So basically, you're given this contract. The contract states that you are to arrive in the Gohug Planetarium, wait for an informant, and they will appear as an oddity of their race. You do not need to ask to them, they will know when you arrive. You are to follow the informant's instructions until you receive payment. And then the rest on this contract is basically do not talk about it, just make sure you do it, you know, typical things. And the reward was 20 platinum, which I usually give in the form of chocolate, since I'll probably not meet these people again. I think in the Geek Gala game, I had like this little bag of chocolates with me that I served as the 20 platinum.
You did, but the funny thing was that they never got to complete that contract. Thanks to me.
Have it anyways.
Because
you guys deserve it.
matter of the fact was, basically we didn't. It was late by the time we actually got to the clock where they were supposed to be clearing out, and my character went insane.
Yeah, it's a pretty hefty one shot. It's I think 6 hours if done correctly. So it's a really big. You gotta sit down and you gotta be dedicated to it.
I wish I could get 6 hours in the game. Most I can get is 3 to 4.
Yeah, and it's 6 hours if done correctly. You could try to split that into 2 3-hour sessions, but I think every time I've done that, it hasn't been able to get off too well on the second time.
Yeah. Actually, wait. So we start Onyx around 8, I want to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
We end at about midnight. Yeah, 4 hours. Yeah. I never hit the 6 to 7 hour mark. Yeah.
So, for a brief introduction into Wheel of Time, Into the Clockwork basically shows Pfau, the holy city of the Amanor guy that I created, and gives brief touch-ups onto the world that the players are about to go into. And then they start their first actual quest together in the next module called Foxneal's Copied City.
We meet our main resident asshole.
You meet resident asshole Foxneal Hawk, and he's the only Tigreal I think this party has met so far, considering the race is extinct. And he was a ghost, and I think he possessed Nathaniel.
Yep.
For like most of the game right now. I think this is his second or third session he's been not fully possessed.
Yep, and he feels great about it.
Oh, you bet he does. They both probably feel amazing about it.
Foxneal, thank God I don't have to see any more of this man's dirty thoughts. Thank God.
I mean, let's be real, he's probably done it too.
He's done it, but it's like I have to see people that I used to eat do this.
It's like, imagine chickens fucking each other. She has never seen such bullshit before.
Sorry.
But yeah.
And so they go to like his presumed house, which is this city that kind of builds itself based on his thoughts and actions. And basically the players fought against the whole city at once.
Shoot it with a giant cannon!
Yes, and basically the solution was to shoot at my laptop with a giant cannon.
Get that bitch a cannon. Bitches love cannons.
I think I'll have a picture that I guess we'll show maybe at a later session of how this battle went. I kind of had like cute little styrofoam blocks that flicked all over the place, and it hit their tokens, they would get damage and things.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, that was. Well, you kind of employed that in the Ruby game.
Oh, Jenga checks?
Do not remind me of Jenga checks. I hate you both. I still hate Smoot for that. Smoot can die for that. I would have been fine if he hadn't have grabbed me.
You mind enlightening us all on that day?
Okay, so what happened was, so for those of you who know, those of you who don't know Ruby, it's a Western anime that's very popular. We played a tabletop version of it. That was my first session. I was playing a dragon faunus. I had wings. I could fly. You good, Perry? You good? Okay. So what happened was, we get to the end, and my character completely and utterly hates the monsters of the world called Grimm. We came across a person who seems to think that who believes that Grimm deserve to be treated like people. My character disagrees. We get into an argument. He gets angry, and we get a giant monster sicked on us. One of our friends, Cynic Viper, has the ability to teleport us thanks to a gun. I have him teleport me and Brock, Smoot's character, up to beams. I land perfectly. Smoot doesn't. He makes these styrofoam blocks fall. It hits me. I say, wait, I can fly. Let me fly. I do. And Smoot's character tries to grab onto me and beats me in a grapple check and drags my ass down to the earth with him. And then I proceeded to get downed.
Oh man.
Ugh, that was so much
For those
bullshit.
that don't know, a Jenga check is as simple as if you can balance your token on the styrofoam blocks, you pass. If not, you fail. And Smoot's token fell on top of Karim's token, or Ascend's token, causing this event to occur.
And I could fly. I would have been fine, but no, he tried to grab onto me.
Yeah, if he didn't hit your token, you would have been fine.
I would have let his ass fall too. Jesus Christ.
Oh man. So so it was kind of a similar situation, except I was more or less flicking blocks all over the place and seeing if they hit people.
Then came the module we're currently in, that is the aptly named Wheel of Time. If you didn't get it from the book series, folks, not the 14 book series.
I didn't even know there was a well-known book series prior to making this a little campaign module, and I feel bad for it. I did brush up on some reading of it though. Now that Perry here has picked some of it up, I think.
I have a copy of a book and like.
I'll give it a good thorough read. I'll learn about this Dragon Reborn, and oh goodness, and with that, the premise of it was there was this person called a professor, or there's this person called Conrad Lorenz that they met along their travels in Fox News Copied City, who kind of needed their help with a colleague. This colleague was Klaus. This is the guy we talked about, and the only reason we were talking about is he's got a lot of water-themed attacks and the like. A lot of water manipulation all around with him. And he would make a great lurker, deep.
Oh my gosh.
Warlock. But they kind of just work for him. He kind of runs over like this health organization, state-funded health organization, and he's basically been sending on these characters on some quests. Their first one was to quell this rebellion in a city, and I think they did that with relative ease. I'm not too sure about that. And then the second one, which they recently completed, was to find out where a missing shipment was, which was a fun trip and a half. And now they're starting their third and final quest of the module, which is to just get a letter.
It's never just.
It's never just.
Jesus fucking Christ. But, okay. Jesus Christ. How about we did this for Empire, but how about a rough overview of each character in Wheel of Time?
Oh.
From each person?
No, of everyone. Like, me and Perry talked about every character in Empire. So what about the three of us talking about every player character in Wheel of Time?
This is going to be fun, considering there are 8 of them.
Who they are, what's good about them, what's bad / needs work.
Oh my goodness. I guess we'll start with Well, which one should we start with?
Let's start with the top of the alphabet. Anya. Anya De Lunar, played by the Cookie Nerd.
Well, what's your perception of Anya?
She's cookie but a dwarf.
She's cookie but a dwarf.
I'm joking mainly for the most part, but she's a woman who loves to drink, who loves to fight, and loves to fuck.
Yep,
and has issues with dragons.
And is kind of stubborn.
She's a dwarf, but she was dragons. But unlike a dwarf, she's chaotic, not lawful.
Ooh. Very ragey, agey barbarian.
Yep.
Who I have tried to kill several times, but to no avail, because they are very tanky.
Because barbarian plus
Barbar.
Because barbarian plus con plus 1 per level. Jesus Christ.
Yep. And that's the good. Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's what any of us think is good about Anya. Personally, I like her role playing for the most part. It's funny seeing Anya come out and try to do stuff, especially in a
I think when people kind of just refer to the player that plays Anya, I'm sure there's been slip-ups from everyone. They kind of just call her Anya.
Yep.
Because of how just smoothly she plays the character.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
When Anya's player is able to have the spotlight time, ooh, she can bring it on.
She's about to get a lot of that coming up soon. We're about to hit her player quest.
Yep.
It's gonna be a nice little arc.
Finally, this motherfucking wolf gets to shut the fuck up.
Speaking of wolves that doesn't shut the fuck up, let's talk about Nathaniel.
Nathaniel Brown started out as just a normal dual-wielding swords. He started as, hey, what if I just make a dual-wielding fighter into, hey, I'm gonna make a dual-wielding fighter that has multiple personality disorder and is now split between 3 different classes.
Needless to say, Sen as a player is a very masochistic individual.
I'm not masochistic, it's easy to run them.
You have control of 3 different character sheets right now.
And 3 different characters, technically, and I roleplay them fucking amazingly.
Doing 3 different classes.
To be honest, they're all easy classes, too. It's a fighter, and a warlock. The warlock doesn't even have a patron. His patron is himself.
His patron is himself.
It's like I'm made of evil magic, bitch. I am my patron.
That's very interesting.
Unless he doesn't have a patron, he doesn't know. He's like, who the fuck are you? I'm your patron. Well, shit, where you been? Good. I mean, well, I can't say anything. That's all you guys.
Overall, you're able to balance all 3 personalities.
I mean, this man is, I think, the formidable leader of the group, if anything.
For the most part.
I think as a leader, you're doing a great job. But I think as a flaw, I think he gets too grumpy sometimes.
Ooh,
He's got some big grump moments.
Hey, Nate knows how to have fun. It just happens that no one lets him have fun because we're too busy in life and death situations.
Alright,
Like, let me drink!
moving on, I guess we can talk about
Fleck Primrose Duncan.
Fleck, small goblin child.
Who's 20 years old.
Hungry goblin child. Oh, we're getting to that one.
Kind of looks a little bit like Beast Boy when
my
character
God.
art is done.
Does he not look like Beast Boy?
He does, and that's the thing. It's like we know for a fact who this is based off of.
Dude, honestly, Fleck should just become a druid and just be Beast Boy at that point.
Oh my gosh. Hey, but Fleck is the party mascot. I mean, let's just agree on that.
Fleck is heckin' cute. I do, that is very good. Fleck's roleplay is phenomenal. I think, out of everyone, I think Roxy, out of all of Roxy's characters, I think she plays Fleck pretty good, if not the best out of all these characters she's done. I think some flaws is that she's got the Rogue Mastermind class, and we've talked about this a couple of times. She doesn't seem to use it to its optimal ability. Mainly because I don't think she knows all the abilities I think the Mastermind class is capable of having.
Mastermind is meant for more of an in-depth view from what it looks like, because it's very much you have to be a. It's very much like how I said with the sorcerer. It's a person who looks at the battlefield and says, "I'm going to manipulate everything to my design." And Fleck doesn't seem like a master manipulator. Fleck seems more like a.
Unless they're secretly doing it underneath that very big cutesy guys.
If that's the case, then she's a better fucking manipulator and liar than Nathaniel could ever be.
I mean, honestly.
I will say, I've heard that the Mastermind Rogue kind of lends itself to a Sherlock Holmes type
It does.
of shebang.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So-
Both Inquisitive, which is the subclass that Nathan will be getting into at some point, and Mastermind are both the smart rogue. That's their main shtick. To be honest, I feel like Fleck would be a pretty good arcane trickster, probably.
Yeah.
Just let Fleck just sling some spells, and I bet they'd do amazingly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, Mastermind, it can work for Fleck. Fleck actually has done some of it too well so far. Like, for example, when she used the help action during the fight against Sean Dublin. That was handy.
Hey, sometimes health action buddies are the best.
Oh yeah. Me, just thinking about it, it's like, okay, attack, then help action, stuff like that. It's like me just going optimization as fuck with this shit. What's your negative about it, Perry?
Oh. Honestly, it's probably a little bit on the EMAS spotlight time she wants or tries to consume. That's the only thing that sticks out of my mind, and that might not be a negative.
Yeah.
At all. I personally, even though I've technically been on the outside of the Wheel of Time campaign up until recently, or up until the summer, I honestly just don't have much of a gauge on all the characters.
Yeah.
So, like, I know when Fleck and Isabel, when they're able to play off each other, it can be interesting. It just...
Yeah, I get what you mean. Next up, speaking of her, is Isabel.
Isabel?
Our blood mage.
Which one? Huh. Isabel is using a custom class known as a Reaver, I think.
Which is made by him, in fact. And
Yes.
the Reaver, the particular class that they're going for is a mage that spends their health to cast spells.
It's a tank mage. It's a unique concept, but
High AC, high health. Most of that health is gone.
yeah, I think when you are being dealt more damage than I can even fathom of doing to you, it starts to become a problem. But on the flip side, Isabel is a very great character, and I think she's going to undergo through one of the best character changes I think I will see in the campaign.
Yeah.
For a PC. Because she's kind of at a low point right now, but I think she's gonna get pretty high real soon, and not in the weed consumption type.
I'm pretty sure our top people for having deep moving stuff is Isabel, Anya, Fleck, and I want to say Xiaofei.
If only I've recorded the supplementals with Fleck, because the supplementals with Fleck were some of the most moving RP pieces I think I've had in a long while.
Yep, and now it's all. I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things that woulda, shoulda, coulda, hindsight 2020.
Yeah. But speaking of that, so positives about Isabel. Great great roleplay, I assume.
Great roleplay. They've got a rather interesting character arc. I really hope this is just me as a DM. I don't care what goes either way, but I really hope they do kind of turn to Amanor so we can focus on some Amanoring questing.
Yeah, please don't bring him out.
Yes.
Do not bring out. For reference, I have a personal god that's not related to Amanor, but is part of the reason why Amanor is the way he is, technically speaking. And he's currently on the back burner, but he will come to play in possibly the Monster Hunter game, and most definitely in the Shinovar game. So, yeah.
Well, there was a couple of moments where he was kind of the center of a one-shot or two.
So the center of 2 one-shots. No, he will come back. It's just that I need to plan out what his fate. I need to plan out what his fate is and what the person who stopped and the other guy's fate is. Yeah. So yeah, Omnor. I do hope we get a lot more about Omnor because, to be honest, we don't get much with him in campaigns in general. We don't, which kind of interesting in its own way. But okay. What about negatives for Isabel?
Mechanically, are you okay?
Yeah. My ear. Continue.
Ring-a-ling. So mechanically, that Reaver class is quite a drainer there.
Oh yeah.
It's fun in its own right. I'm glad at least one of the characters is doing more damage than I'm doing to them. It's getting increasingly tough to damage you guys, and to have one that kind of just does the job for me. Not saying anything towards that. I'm just saying it makes it an easier job for me, I suppose. But oh boy. That leads into the second flaw. Oh boy, the amount of edge that irradiates.
Oh jeez, motherfucker. Okay, alright. I say this in complete jest, but by God, Isabel is basically sitting on a
throne of swords.
Yeah, on a throne of razors.
The Iron Throne.
Like the edge throne.
Yeah, like Isabel has taken the cake for the edgiest character in Kessia as of right now.
Oh.
I wouldn't.
I'll have to press exit out, Chief. We have some characters that I'm pretty sure are even edgier than what Isabel could be.
Okay, then who's edgier?
Well, there was Kami's character, Shino.
Oh, jeez.
I was about to say Shino.
That is a banned character, by the way, in Kessia.
Oh,
Kami, if you're
man.
watching this, yep. Yeah, thank you for making a banned characters list for me.
So, aside from characters on the ban list. That's it?
I want to say his name, but I don't. But I can at the same time.
Yeah, I wouldn't go for it. Definitely not in the stream, at least.
Yeah.
But
it's funny that some people think Smoot seems to think that Nathaniel's edgy, and I'm like, how?
Speaking of starkly edgy characters, let's talk about Sackbird.
Oh my God! Wait, Deadman or Sackbird?
Sackbird.
Price. All right,
We don't talk about Deadman. He doesn't exist.
Our resident Eric Hakra, Kensei monk.
Yeah, it's a Kensei monk.
Who's banging the local enchantress.
Or at least trying to.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, we're all gonna make jokes about it at his expense.
Oh man. Well, I gotta say, he did pull off a pretty good power move in the Sean Dublin fight.
You mean where he flew? I should have done that. I should have teleported up to where he was and just sniped with Eldritch Blast. It would have been hilarious.
Yeah. And the projectile was pretty good.
It's like no you. Reverse Uno.
Yes.
Wham! No, you take it. No, you get hit.
And I think it took all of us by storm when he did that.
Oh yeah, it did. So that's his role plays quirky, which is good in its own right.
I mean, that's like most of my role play, so it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I would say that his character in of itself is pretty balanced. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a Kensei monk. I don't think I've ever seen a Kensei monk played in that regard. I haven't seen many monks played at all. I think Price is the only monk that I've seen played so far.
Well, aside from Coda in that special case.
Yeah, we don't talk about Coda. But anyway.
So some pros mechanically. Price is... the player who plays Price is really good at finding out just like good power moves.
He thinks very mechanically.
Yeah, they're very solid and strategic when it comes to the mechanics of D&D, and it shows a lot in this campaign. Of course, they also have downed and died the most in this campaign, so it kind of just.
Are we sure about that? Are we sure Nathan hasn't just stopped him at this point?
No. I think you guys are tied right now for most downs.
I will not be beaten. I will not allow myself to get down more than Price. I will make sure he gets down before I do.
I will beat his ass before I get mine.
It's like someone comes up to attack us. Hey, Price. Yep. How good your con? Why? Sorry, buddy. Thunder steps out of there.
Looks like I'm getting that blood after all.
Shalfay just walks up to Nathan and Price after a fight and holds a bat. Like he's holding the bat, flips it over, and just hands it to Nathan. It's like, go ahead, knock him out.
Knocks his ass out. Okay.
And then RP wise, like his roleplay is very unique, a bit quirky. Sometimes it's like he's nervous about it, and I'm gonna go into his flaws right now. Like sometimes his roleplay does seem a bit nervous. I think he's still trying to be new. He's still trying to be like new at roleplay, and he's just developing over time. And I feel like it will solid out after a while. But it still feels like his role playing is new, while his mechanics is really well fined.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like for sort of mathematically mechanics-driven people like him, that's always the case. Like, I can say this right now. I wish, by God, that he got into the Pathfinder game I'm going to be running this coming Saturday. He would have a ball with that system.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I will say his role playing is coming along slowly.
Mm-hmm.
But we all start somewhere.
Yeah. Next up is Big Wolf Sethmir.
Big Wolf, yes,
Big
that
Wolf.
ginormous chunk of a guy. The werewolf of wolves, but he's not even a werewolf. Oh my goodness.
He's a fucking Canum.
He wish.
As a blood hunter with the melt boss ability.
With the I might be a glass cannon, but I will make sure you break before I do.
Yeah, what is the exact name of that? Curse of the
Curse of mutual suffering.
Curse
You hit
of Mutual
you hit
Suffering.
me, you take half as much damage as I take, and you take necrotic damage. Get fucked.
Yeah. So Curse of Mutual Suffering is a little bit of a hurdle to get by when dealing with Sethmir.
But I can say the fact that he's the biggest guy in the room, and he's the one that probably draws the most
If
attention.
anyone is going to be, and Price does this too, if anyone is melting the bosses, it would be them.
Oh yeah. At most, I just distract the bosses.
The boss gets most of the damage from Price, it decides to attack Sethmir, and through that, it just melts even more. And I think he also got, that, Armor of Agathis as well.
Yeah!
Which adds even more damage should anything attack him.
Because he multi-classed into Warlock, as it were.
Yes. So he's kind of his own tank. He's got armor, but it's like iron armor, but it's all spikes, man.
It's cold.
Very hard to
It's
go
like
through that
it's
one.
like, hey, take some frost damage, motherfucker.
Yeah. While Anya's just got some really thick armor to pierce.
Anya has high armor and has a shit ton of health to back it up. Sethmir, oh, I might get hit, but guess what? You're getting hit with me.
And I think I haven't downed Sethmir yet either.
Nope, Sethmir has not
Gotten
been
pretty
done.
close with him though.
Fleck, Isabel, and Seth.
I've downed Fleck and I've downed Isabel.
Okay, so far, yep, Sethmir and Anya are the only two standing ground.
Yup.
But the
Well,
only
I haven't downed Fleck. You've downed Fleck.
that doesn't count. That doesn't count then. Me whipping
That's
up.
part of the campaign.
Me ripping the throat out in Wheel of Time doing a during time into the clock as a non-Wheel of
Ripping her throat out.
Me ripping out the throat of a character doing a non-combat section does not count.
That's downed, man.
That doesn't count. You have to down
She
them.
had to undergo through the mechanics of being downed.
But you have to be the one that downs them or it doesn't count.
That you say what you will. They were downed in this campaign. The only two were Sethmir and Anya.
And the only one that you're gonna have a better chance of going against is Sethmir.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to make sure there's someone who can hit hard that isn't hit by the curse of mutual suffering. Could have done with Son better than his friend.
Oh man, all of my DM problems.
But there's any other positives about Sethnir?
So some
Overall
good
cool guy.
positives with Sethnir. He's a big tank. He's hard to kill for sure. Roleplay wise, he has some really good moments. Like, what is illegal? He does a really good job at playing an alien tribal mindset.
The only time we ever get a character whose native language isn't common, because every species, regardless of what they are in 5e, always knows common.
Yes. I think he does a tribal really well, especially a tribal in an industrialized society. Honestly, I am proud that Sethnir is just taking it so well. Some flaws. What?
No,
I was spelling out but because I saw it coming.
Yeah, some potential flaws with Sethnir is his interactions with other characters, especially other PCs, can kind of stale.
He had some pretty good. He had them pretty good with Isabel and Fleck. His relationship with Nathaniel is, I mean, the main driving point is that we're both looping and people don't like us. Oh, it's more like
in a situation where you might need him to be more complex, he refuses.
True, but I feel like at the same time, just like Seth
And I feel like that's getting better, though.
Yeah, but it's just like Sethnir's just like, look, I'm a monster hunter. I was born to kill monsters. That's what he's Geralt. He's Geralt, but if Geralt's main driving point was, look, I'm here to kill monsters and
then
kick ass.
mechanics-wise, I feel like he's just with a very straightforward, I'm just going to hit everything that comes my way.
Yep.
And that shined very brightly in the ship dungeon.
Oh yeah, when he drew all those enemies onto him. Me just like, nah. We leaving, Chief. We leaving and coming back.
We leaving. Bye, boys.
Should have burned down that place to begin with.
And I think it is time to roast me.
No, it's time to roast.
It's time to roast? There's no roasting here. It's a simmer.
Hey, Shalfei, what's up, buddy?
Shalfei
I was about to
would
say,
be
should I
next.
get up and go use the restroom so you can...
What's up, Yeeted? What's up, Yeeted boy? What's up, football?
Oh, okay, alright. When I got fucking yeeted, that was in the funniest, best moment possible. Because at that time, Shalfei was thinking, oh, I'm gonna read up on my journal, I can write a little bit, get some food in me for the first time.
Then out of nowhere. Huh? Wham!
Now, I could have asked him to get yeeted through the window.
That wouldn't have ended well for anybody.
Oh
no.
my.
Because you would have actually died, probably.
But
Oh,
I would have hit
no.
the water.
And you
First.
you went down before. Yes, you went down in that fight.
Yes,
Yes.
I did. No thanks
And
to you.
And no one was trying to save you
I
either.
did. Oh no, that's right.
No,
No,
wait, I forgot about Shalfei.
Nathaniel was just... Nathaniel was like, look, we're in the fight for our lives. If I get Shalfei up, he's gonna die.
Yeah, meanwhile, Shalfei, while he's down, flipping everyone off for not helping him up.
Then suddenly, and I'm gonna get... Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna get Shalfei. Water! Thunder something!
Wait, I forgot about Shalfei.
The ship is slowly catching on fire, too.
fucking, Sethnir helps Shalfei up. You might want to jump out the window. What?
It's just yeet after yeet with Shalfei.
That was
Good pros is that he's a really good damage dealer,
fucking mystic.
especially for a mage. And he's a mage. Excuse me.
Really speaking, not, because his stuff isn't magic. Because
Look, honey. How many people are using spells in our party? 2. Whomst. 3.
Well, no.
Counting Foxy.
If we're not counting, we're not counting Shalfei too. Me, well, no, 3 in that case. Me, Sethnir, Isabel. We're the only 2 that cast spells.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Sethnir took a
No, he's a
warlock. Oh, the
he's
profane
soul
soul.
sorcerer. I mean, profane
Yeah.
soul blood hunter.
But there's 2 warlocks.
He should have got. Ooh, I wish we had known how bad profane soul was, because then he could have gone immune and would have just wrecked shit.
I'm fine exactly where he is. Thank you.
You wouldn't want to deal with the horror that is a mutant.
I gotta deal with a lot of things. I'm
And
not dealing with that.
Suddenly I become Bloodhunter Order the Mutant. You.
Yes.
No!
So I guess including Foxtail, then you've got 3 and then 4. I
Because-
think a Mystic is definitely going to be fun to play with.
Yeah, because he can't be
Sure.
he can't be counterspelled at all, because none of his stuff counts as magic.
As a Mystic, he also uses psionic powers, which there is a lot of underlying psionic power themes in this campaign.
There's no psionic stuff going on in general around Cassia. No,
So you were prepared for the world, my dude.
we have stuff going on in the Underdark over in Capra. We have something going on in Shinobar. We have this random gnome mystic running around Cassia who seems to be getting chased by demons.
Ooh. Well then, okay. I gotta ask this.
What?
In the event that we get through the campaign and Xiaofei survives somehow, as the World Builder Society of Kessia, what would technically be the options for Xiaofei at a 20th level, equivalent of 20th level?
I'm pretty sure at that point is he native to Dzokia?
Technically, yeah.
He would probably be runner-up for the Mage of the East at that point.
Alright.
I'm gonna be real with you. You're not surviving.
Damn!
Oh, come on.
No one is.
Oh, come on.
Oh, he's gonna try. He's gonna try. Also,
Happy ending. Come on.
oh, he's gonna try to kill us.
It's gonna be a happy ending.
He's gonna try to kill us. I'm gonna let him. And I gotta say this right now. As a world builder, no, I'm joking.
Wow.
I wouldn't.
Control Z my campaign, why don't you?
I mean, I literally controlled Z that, so the big C.
Roleplay wise, I really love the storytelling Xiaofei gives to us. I think he's one of the only characters that really give a nice in-depth story about his past.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's just a quirk that Perry does well.
And those
A
are
good
my-
example of this is when Anya was just grumpy at your grumpiness over there when you were working on some stuff, and she went over to talk to Xiaofei, and I think Xiaofei gave a lovely story.
Remind me, because my memory is shot
I
right
think you
now.
talked about camping a lot.
Okay, you did.
Camping and your kind of your time as a homeless person.
Let's be honest. Xiaofei here's probably gonna get the most because he's from Torzokia. He has people there. No one else here besides Price and Sethner are native to Torzokia. And anything some of
Fleck
us,
is.
Fleck, yeah, I forgot about Fleck. Fleck has something, but he has no ties to Torzokia besides Lorenz.
The librarian, Lorenz.
That's
There's
all
a
he-
couple of them.
Yeah. Hopefully we get to meet his parents, and then we get to shove his parents into the dirt.
Oh man, Fleck's parents. So ready for that one.
Also, at the same I think Xiaofei is probably going to get the most character stuff, possibly, depending on how his stuff goes, considering the fact that he's got his memory back now.
Yeah, which, admittedly, has kind of turned into a weird hybrid of an academic who's a survivalist.
Yep.
In both respects.
He might be runner-up for Mage of the East. I know who's runner-up for Mage of the South, so...
Hey, no one beaten my luscious Lorenz for Mage of the East. Except for maybe Klaus, who knows.
If
Level 20 Storm Sorcerer.
If Shusu was a little bit more east, she would have taken it.
You gonna fight me? You gonna fight me?
Do you want to fight a dragon that is a wizard, who has been alive for at least 1,000 years?
I mean, Akaro could.
I don't want to see that fight, because I'm pretty sure that levels everything.
What?
I'm pretty sure that's going to level a lot of shit.
That would
Ooh,
basically
yeah.
be a neck fight. Let's
be honest. Any member of the Council of Magi fighting each other does not end well for anyone.
Well, the fun thing with Lorenz is that in her character sheet she doesn't have any offensive spells.
She's passive. I know, she's a pacifist. But that's part of the problem. It's like, oh hey, let's take one of the most offensive mages, throw them at Lorenz. Let's see how much stuff we can blow up.
Throw the most offensive mage as the most defensive.
Who's the most offensive is the question, anyway.
Alright.
But yeah.
So, any other positives about
I've been doing like 1-in-1. With Xiaofei, I like the idea that he's smart and dumb. I also like an intelligent character.
He's smart. But he has a high int. He has a low wisdom.
High int, low wisdom, like most of my characters. So I think there's a good resonance there. He's also someone who's actually, unlike Fleck, kind of exploring their past into Hawk University. I feel like Fleck's gonna do that a lot more through your guidance as well, honestly. And I think the two of you could have a lot of pretty good conversations.
All right. Now, the elephant in the room now. The
What?
cons.
Oh, cons? I think the main con is just like, just I need to see more of him.
I mean, he has everything.
Yes.
He's got everything built up. We just
He's
need a
got everything
psychic.
built up, but he's only been here for 2 sessions.
Yeah, and I can't do a whole lot about that.
Hey, you'll be fine now. Nathaniel will be sitting his ass on the back.
Yeah,
So.
so we're working on that mini arc, and we're gonna pull him away for now. He's not going to join you in the traveling. He'll already be gone. He will re-meet you again at the town. He decided he don't want to travel with you guys because you guys slow as fuck.
I know. Why do you think Nathaniel got a riding horse? He's like, bitch, I am not taking my time with this shit. I want this done.
Yeah, and while that happens, he's gonna have a nice little sub arc dealing with Master Filari.
Which, you can see the start of that in The Adventures of Shalfei, Episode 1 on Sinesco's YouTube channel.
Yes.
I'm gonna let that. I'm gonna let
Are
that
you
pronunciation.
shoehorning your own videos?
I'm gonna let that pronunciation of my name go. Just because that plug was good enough. I'm gonna let that pronunciation of my name go.
Cynical.
You get one. You get one.
So really the only flaw with me and by extension Shalfei and me is just simply
Yeah, I mean, it's...
not here enough fucking time.
You need to be here more, and then I can probably formulate more critiques then, or I still probably will. Speaking of which,
I don't think that counts as a DM.
Mod critic,
Oh, mod critic.
mad critic, Mr. Hawk.
Oh my
Oh
god.
jeez.
Let's talk about asshole who took a ride in my body.
We don't get to see him work mechanically yet, but trust me, y'all will.
We did somewhat when I used him.
Yeah.
When I went busted AF, where I was like, oh yeah, let me just grab these int-based damage weapons and just cause some chaos right now.
All right. He's a bit of a Jeever busted character.
Oh my god. You mean with that 28 int?
Not even talking about the int maxes. I think he also is fixing to do 4d8 damage a turn with his regular attack.
48 plus 8 times 4 plus 32.
Because it deals because his int damage gets added on.
Yup.
Oh, god. Yeah.
It's pretty high. It's pretty ridiculous. But he's also a glass cannon because I think he has like 40 health.
Nope.
60,
Remember,
56.
he has the same health as Nathaniel.
No, he does not.
Wait, so he's out of my average
He's
now?
a lot more frail now. Yeah.
He's out of my average?
Yeah.
Yes, I have more health.
Yeah, he's kind of the outlier. His health is weak. And he actually takes, I think, a -10 modifier now.
Because you decided to have it to where if he's not within 30 feet of me, double. Oh yeah, damage.
Oh
to both
yeah,
of
and
us.
he's also tethered to Nathaniel. So there's a lot of things to balance him out. But man, is he the definition of a glass cannon.
It's like, fine, I guess we're going long range with the shit. Just walks to the back.
And now, what are some pros of Fox Neil's role playing that you've seen so far?
He's an asshole.
That's a pro?
We need some assholes in this group, man. We can't
need
be
some assholes.
We can't be having total niceties in this campaign, dude. Dude, I'm sorry, but the fluff ain't gonna cut it sometimes. We need some people who are just right jerks.
We need some assholes.
I tried to get that with.
I'm going to quote you on that.
We.
Okay. What did I just walk into?
So he asked,
He
"What?"
needs an asshole.
He said, "What was a pro about? What was a pro about Fox?" And I said, "He's an asshole." Because we need some assholes in this group. We can't be having all nice guys. I tried to make N an asshole, and it hasn't worked out. Because N, unfortunately, is stuck with 2 people who care too much. He's like, I'm gonna bring out a neutral evil boy who's incredibly manipulative and uses people for his own ends. Oh shit, that doesn't work.
Oh yeah. Admittedly, Xiaofei could very well cross into the asshole territory if he felt like it. It'll mainly come to food and like not sharing.
Since he's a DMPC, I'm glad he doesn't hog the spotlight, because as many people have warned many times, people advise against doing DMPCs just like that, because if the DM is the one leading the party, then it ain't ending well. The DMPC is meant to be there as like the safety net, not as the bowling ball dragging the party along with them.
Yeah, no. I think that's the party's job.
Well, let's be honest. The party's going to be a bowling ball. It's going to be a bowling ball that's going down the wrong lane in the opposite direction.
Straight to the high chaos ending. Let's go.
Please, God.
Let's hope not.
If that does happen, then bye-bye Torzokia. Hello, hello, Elysian Empire.
Hello, more Lalus.
Hello, Lalus 2.0 with Atia and Torzokia and Zangli all under your grasp once again. And it's like, oh hey, you got all this technology. I'm gonna take that now and make myself some dragons with some giant cannons on them.
No, look at this high chaos ending.
Looking
forward to that.
If Nathaniel was a Elysian spy, he was sent in to take down Torzokia.
Tear it down brick by brick. What are some flaws? What?
I got nothing.
I haven't interacted with Foxtail enough to give
Yeah, I think that's a flaw in itself.
Well, keep in mind he's a DMPC.
He's got as many sessions as you do right now.
He's a DMPC. Technically, there was the times when I roleplayed him, but I was mainly just like, he would slip out for a moment, and then he would go right back in.
Then another one I've got is, I'm trying to fix away from this, but goddamn, that British accent.
Trying to make his ass like Thrawn, you turn him into something else.
What? No. That's Sakaro.
Oh yeah. Try to turn him into a smart asshole and you just made him British.
Foxneil's supposed to be a snobby individual, so I gave him a British accent.
He is more British than...
He's more British than Queen Elizabeth II.
I'm trying to see.
That's right, yeah.
My main concern is, like, does he have dialect differences from Rook?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I don't want him to sound the same as Rook.
Both of them are royal Tickreels, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the funny part. It's like, wait, you're British. You're British, but you're not Ankshire. And you're from a culture from thousands of years ago. Why the fuck do you sound Ankshire?
I know, that's my main concern, is like, what would they sound like?
Question
but
of the
I'm
day.
also thinking, like, it's a feudal house society that's big on technology. I think British would work.
I mean, technically speaking, Nate's probably supposed to be Scottish. And meanwhile, Nathan is probably British. And N is probably British too, let's be honest here.
Yeah. When you think of, like, a city that's been steampunked the most, I think London is definitely up there.
Hawk Bridge is falling down,
right.
falling down. Hawk Bridge is falling down along
and
with
I think
the family.
That's everyone, and we have 2 new characters. We have Rur.
God damn it! Another Knoll.
Another degenerate.
Another people and corpse eater.
And we're gonna have a mysterious new character from Chinzilla.
Let's hope he's not. Let's hope that if he's an asshole, he's not much of one to where someone might kill him.
Something tells me they're not going to be an asshole, and I'm not gonna give too many spoilers, but I think you've met this character before. You've met Chinzilla's character before.
This is gonna be fun.
It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
I think I'll end my thoughts on that. Is there any other questions?
Where do you see?
Yeah, where do you see Wheel of Time, Time is Ominous, whatever the name of your campaign is at this point?
Well, Wheel of Time is the module. We're going to that new city, that's Ciarellery. Such a stupid name.
You know you can change names,
I
right?
ain't doing it now. I'm already knee deep.
Well, you're already neck deep now at this rate.
The traveling's going to be fun. There's a lot of open side questing that I'm really excited for. it's a lot more open now. And so it's a lot more of the time for just the party to just do what they want. I'm just gonna be hands-free. I mean, all you're doing is grabbing a letter. That's it. Grabbing a letter.
And doing what the letter says before
And-
burning the letter.
And doing what the letter says. That's it. Excuse me. is
Okay,
there
okay,
some secret-
okay. Listen, okay. I gotta say this right now. If I was playing in the next couple of sessions, and I had if I was playing a disposable character the next couple of sessions.
Oh my god, don't even get me started on the craziness you get up to. Yeah.
I'm excited, really excited for this next half because that's when the NPCs start to reoccur. There will probably be like a few unfavorable NPCs making a return, but there's probably a few favorable ones, and heck, even a couple of new ones that you might even enjoy more.
Alright.
Some of them die.
Okay. I know you're probably not gonna give too much details on this, but what kind of NPCs should we be expecting? For those that have been in the campaign the longest, are these ones that have been we first encountered? Are they
Well, I'm a huge fan of trying to connect my characters from all over the place if they're in the same world, kind of connecting them together, making Cassia really feel like a world that has been impacted by the games we've played in it.
That's already been obvious from day one. Spell plague.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
But even with little one-shots and the like that.
Well, that's easy. I'm pretty sure there's nothing you could reference my campaign-wise. Besides, the only references you're really getting from my campaigns are, well, Nathaniel, and that's it.
I haven't run any campaigns, but I know all the characters that I've played
Are somewhere.
Yeah, or created for NPC purposes are roving around somewhere. If they're not drunk off their ass and laying under a tavern table, sleeping on a bar.
I was about to say, nothing gives me more warmness than if you're playing two campaigns in the same setting, having them connect with each other. That's not even saying we're gonna bring this party with the other party, because let's be honest, that's gonna be ridiculous.
I actually oh my god, I actually at one point I was thinking, okay, the final days of the Age of Strife, bring in every party and do a massive fight together. And I was
That'd
like,
be pretty cool.
I thought about that, I was like, that's fucking insane, and I will never do that.
Hey, Marvel did it.
I'm not Marvel! I'm not Kevin Feige! I will actually have my mind, because keep in mind,
The most ambitious crossover in history.
so that means we would literally, because A, Wheel of Time won't be there, B, Shinovar's gonna be there, C, I'm pretty sure Empire's not gonna be there, considering what might happen to them.
Hey, depends.
Yeah. And besides, what's happening at the final days of the Age of Strife is
Two things. One?
not counting yours one.
Yeah.
Just one thing that
My thing and his thing.
one ends the world, the other one ends the world.
Oh, both of our things?
Both of our things have a chance of ending the world.
Oh, jeez, okay.
Yeah.
Difference
world
is-
ending stuff.
Difference is mine has to deal with an asshole who stole someone else's body, and someone else who's stealing another man's pieces of his body.
Mine's an asshole who stole someone's body.
Body snatching. It's much more.
Body snatching is how the world ends.
Meanwhile, over on my end of things, if I were to run a Miglia game, the most world-ending thing that would happen with mine is just, Thor Ragnarok.
Oh my god.
The nation's just brought low. That's it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, mine. Oh yeah, the Shadowfell consumes the entire world. Have fun.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Oh,
That's not actually what it is. But anyway, yeah, that's all I really have to ask for Wheel of Time, I would think. I mean, I look forward to seeing where it
no.
goes.
As for the campaign, I'm gonna end it on this. We are reaching, I think, our 1 year birthday, 1 year anniversary of the campaign.
Yep.
Here's too many more. And by many more, I mean 2 to 3.
One more!
1 more year!
You said 2 years! You said 2 years! Oh my god. Seriously, I don't see how some campaigns last for more than 2 years. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
We're about to find out.
It's like, even if real life comes in that much at some point, I think that you should just cancel that. Anyway, yeah. But, with that, we move on to, well, I guess technically speaking, we move back to me, I guess, with fucking Empire. With last session, which is not much to talk about, really. I mean, let's see, we had more traveling. Found a, you found a village of dead tabaxi everywhere, which made
Smootly.
Yeah, which made Cassius have a panic attack.
Which I was gone for that because dog sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think someone was trying to console him. I think it was Decilo, but like failed.
No, Decilo actually consoled him well because Decilo made him tea.
Oh.
Decilo made everyone tea. And then you guys did a little bit more travel. You met some giants. That was pretty cool. Someone got a giant book.
Wow.
It's like, I want a book on the giant language. I want a giant book on language. It's like, gives you a giant book on language.
Gets a book about the size of this table we're standing at.
I meant a book on the giant language.
Oh.
Can I get a
Okay.
giant book?
Takes it away, gives him the actual one. Oh my gosh, but yeah.
Zoya might use that as a shield at some point. I'm gonna say this right now.
Better not. Anyway, you guys continue traveling, and all hell broke loose. You guys met the beast of the Drakasi Mountains.
Ooh, spinny tornado dragon.
Yep, a dragon with a penchant for wind. Who stole one of you guys? Sao Su's been stolen, folks. The rogue's been rogued.
Well,
When you steal so much that you got stolen. Oh, they're stealing me!
alright, so that was a pretty high tension point for everyone.
Literally, the entire party was on the fringes of breaking down.
Yeah.
Hell, if you had lost Daniel, I'm pretty sure you would have. I'm pretty sure that if I took both Daniel and Sao Su, I think I would have actually caused the entire party to go on a one-man mission to bring down that dragon.
It'll be okay. Screw resting.
It's like, we're not even doing a short rest. We're taking these points of exhaustion. Disadvantage? Who cares?
Who
Zoya,
cares?
literally, instead of just getting on the horse, just runs.
She goes Captain America on this, with Krasin like right behind, like as Black Panther.
At some point, Zoya just picks up Krasin and just sets him on her shoulder and just full tilt.
Oh my god.
Maybe saying something like, "Use your damn time magic to speed us
Oh
up."
my god.
That's not how time magic works.
Just try it,
Oh my god.
motherfucker!
Oh my
You
god.
shot my friend. You gotta pay it back.
Oh my god.
Or the campaign just ends and like, okay, next character, new batch of characters.
If I lose every character in Empire of Dragons, I'm pretty sure Empire of Dragons ends. Yes.
Dude, you would have like an unlimited supply of people.
Oh,
It's just if I lose Krasin, I'm probably going to the 10 kill man. I don't think anyone wants that.
I'm pretty sure if I lose, because if I lose Destiny, I lose them. If I lose Decilo, I might get a backup character, but it's not gonna be. But I don't think there'll be as much like love put into it as Decilo, because Decilo gets a lot
Yeah,
of love.
we're all kind of like first character types of people.
If I kill Rupert, I'm pretty sure Kami could come up with something else, and he would. Something even more memey.
You just have to be careful with them.
And if I killed Cassius, well, Smoot doesn't
Kind
have
of
another
the
character.
pile of dead bards. Dude, I think Smoot is used to the feel of death, my dude.
He's had one character death,
And
man.
he's already used to it.
Oh my gosh.
Me.
Meanwhile, I haven't I haven't killed a single fucking person.
Meanwhile, I'm the, hey, I'm okay with character death, just make it justifiable.
You has several character backups already from day one.
Glory.
Yeah, I have my canon characters, like, some of them I still need the raw stats, bust them open, just say, hey, give me like 10 minutes and I'll get this character ready.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, Empire of Dragons Session 7 was... I will say that it is probably the turning point in this adventure now. I expect this adventure to start speeding along because you guys are going to be like, nope, we have one mission, and it's to get back Salsu. But general thoughts on session 7?
The giant scene would have been great if I was there.
You know, because giants don't like kobolds, or orcs, or
Or
dragons. Oh my!
Oh.
Because you
Now
know,
I'm over here like, oh man, that could have been great Crescent moments, but no, I have to sit here and cry the whole time.
giant looks down at Krasen.
I kind of want to know how they felt about Crescent now.
They did not like him. They don't like anyone who sided with the dragons in the war between dragons and giants.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
I think I will say, this session is probably going to be the character bonding moment for everyone,
Oh yeah.
and probably bring the party into some absolute cohesion.
Yep. Man, I should take away characters from you guys more often. Next up's Daniel. Let's see what happens when I put.
Start taking PCs.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when I take Daniel and I just break him.
I feel like it's just the same thing, but with Zoya.
What do you mean?
Like, Zoya will go after them, and we'll try to stop Zoya.
Literally a situation of, oh yeah, there's. I wonder what's gonna happen.
He's just choosing which character is gonna go and run out.
Or it could be an option of you guys literally can't get him back, so it's like, what now?
Oh, for...
Ooh,
Okay.
no, don't do that to baby boy.
I'm going to say this right now. If something bad happens to Daniel, and Zoya is able to see it and can't do anything about it,
Nothing, continue.
there will be a mile-wide warpath wherever she goes, trying to go after whomever hurt him.
Oh yeah, I bet.
And let's not even mention anyone from her village that's in slavery.
You gotta find them too. Yeah, we're getting one session closer, folks, to the Dread Wolves.
To dying. Oh, Dreadwolves, yes. Totally pumped.
No one knows it's gonna pop up. I look forward to seeing Corvo again. Get to play Sniper Boy.
Dude, I look forward to seeing Nathaniel
That's it.
before he has a mind split.
No, remember he got the mind split. He got the mind split before he became a Dreadwolf.
I am so pumped for Nathaniel in another game.
But that,
It's gonna make me melt.
you know what's gonna be funny though? You're not gonna know who it is, who Nathaniel is.
Cool.
It's gonna be.
You
I'm thinking of just making a guessing game at this point. That's like, okay, I want you to figure out which one of these Dreadwolves is Nathaniel. Have fun. It's really
So-
hilarious.
After the stream, I need to whisper a few things to you, and it might make you happy. I'm not too sure.
Alright. But, boss fight, how was it?
Ah. Well, it was no Rouser.
Oh no, it would have been worse than Mauser.
Oh man.
Keep in mind, you can't hit him, because I was like, oh yeah, I want to hit him with a range attack.
Look,
Yes,
honey, at least I get to do things in that game.
True,
At least I got to do something.
true.
Instead of be petrified and have 14 health.
Oh,
I have 14 health! Gets downed.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Hail Marys?
Yeah.
Hail Marys?
That Hail Mary was when Zoya threw that axe.
Uh-huh. Now, if that had fallen like 15 feet away from her, she would have gone blind because of the axe. Because of the special thing about the axe. Remember?
Oh yeah, that's right!
That's why I asked how far away did it fly?
Yeah, 10 feet. You got lucky.
Yeah, I did.
But yeah. What else is there? But yeah, to be honest, if that overkill would have happened, I'm gonna say this right now, the entire town would have been gone.
And us with it?
Well, you guys would have been downed. He
All
wouldn't
right.
have killed you. He wasn't aiming for you.
Uh,
He was aiming for the kobold, and you got in his way.
He's trying to aim for the kobold.
Not that kobold. He's trying to aim for.
Oh.
What's funny is that his overkill attack is a zone-based one.
oh, jeez.
So it's not just like, oh, a little area or a singular person. It's literally, oh yeah, these past few miles, gone.
Wow, really?
The only way you're hiding from that is if you're in a cave, or if you take them down.
Oh man.
Don't worry. Next time you fight him, if you fight him, there'll be a cave
Also,
nearby.
scale down that health.
Oh, please, he'll be fine. Don't worry. His health will be more reasonable, but it will be more hilarious when you deal with his overkill attack again if you're not able to beat it. Anyway.
Really though, we kind of have to pass on handling that. On handling the wind dragon, so
We have the dragon eater, and we have who's the other one that's really good at taking down dragons? I want to say Rupert.
yeah. Alright.
I don't know, man. I'm just having fun with my spells.
But other than that, I don't have much to. So Empire of Dragons, net neutral, net negative, or net positive.
I mean,
Net positive. This is like as far as the meter is going to go over for right now.
Yeah.
I'm net negative, but only because I wasn't there.
I had a grand total of like 2 moments in the whole game.
Which I will say this right now. Zoya is open to having. Zoya would love to have a conversation with Krasson.
Hey, I just gotta be there and not be Alfredo'd, and we'll be good.
But with that, we move on to our final actual topic for the night: Magical West. The Magical Frontier, as I have it written on here, because you know we really can't figure this name out.
I think about going with Magical Frontier because it flows better.
it flows better.
Okay.
Magical
so,
Frontier. Further notes.
Yeah. So, for the folks at home that may be watching this now, Magical. Okay, if you're soldiering this out, like what's the timestamp right now?
3 hours 49 minutes for the stream. I mean for the recording. 4 hours 6 minutes for the live stream.
Okay, so for the recording, welcome to the final stretch.
Yep.
It's currently 10 minutes till midnight right now.
For those in the stream, you're not in the stream, you're lying.
Because there's only one person watching the stream.
There ain't no one here.
And it's me, because we need to make sure the thing flies well. Anywho, so we're... Okay, so getting to my topic now before I get even more loopy. Magical Frontier is a high fantasy Wild Western setting. Another way of looking at it is steampunk, where it's the rest of the world is going through an industrial age. You're on the frontier. You're on the Wild West, and it's fantasy-fied. Rail barons rule the world, or rule the frontier, because they control transportation and all that, and cattle ranches own the land. Basically, they're small countries out in the middle of nowhere. And throw in fantasy races, magic, and the world's penchant for violence against one another. You probably got a fairly interesting setting on your hand.
That is true.
A couple in the time since the last session, and maybe a little bit beforehand, I hashed out a number of different ideas. Primarily mail order catalogs, automatons, a kind of player option that players will have. The idea of the Civil War being the post-apocalyptic backdrop for the setting, or providing some backdrop to the setting, and just kind of hashed out the magic in general. Mail order catalogs is probably the easiest thing to talk about for a little bit, so to hit that up. Basically, one of the historical things that occurred during the Wild West was mail order catalogs, Sears Roebucks mainly. Literally, you can buy a prefabricated house and build it. Order it, wait a couple weeks, you get it, and you can build it. Basically, if anything else, this would be the go-to option to have players want to get a hold of something, want to get a hold of a piece of equipment that isn't in the area, and they're willing to wait a couple weeks. They go in, fill out an order, and send it into the mail. This will kind of be affected by seasons. Certain items will be cheaper than others, more expensive than others.
That sounds about right.
It's just simply what's best in stock at the time.
Yeah, because that makes complete sense because some items are probably better crafted or grown in the winter or summer, winter or spring, well, fall or spring than they are vice versa.
So basically, the admittedly there will be local shops and stuff like that they can go to and maybe find some unique items. I don't know. Still trying to hash that out. So the next idea on the list I've kind of started hashing out or thinking about is play erase the automatons.
Gotta pull a Pathfinder here, folks.
Well, it's more I'm pulling a Everon a little bit. The automatons, they are a player race in that instead of being, born and raised like normal humanoids, they were built in a factory. And their primary purpose originally was to be soldiers and laborers.
What? Grew sentience.
They eventually grew sentience via their constant interaction with magic within the setting.
Oof.
And
Goddamn magic, you done yeed your last ha.
But with this newfound sentience, they kind of been able to find a niche within society. Still being that they still need cheap laborers, and the automatons are pretty reliable. Like, they don't need to eat, they don't need to sleep, and they don't need to eat. They really, like, the natural functions in order for a person to live, they technically don't need to do.
Yeah.
Technically they need to sleep just to slow down and do maintenance. But outside of that, they're practically the perfect worker. So, just now I'm kind of thinking that the automatons might have played a role in the apocalyptic civil war. Cheap soldiers. Mainly.
Do what you gotta do.
And just to skip over my list and go on to topical thing, the apocalyptic civil war.
Ooh.
So, I can say this right now. I've kind of been on like a end of the war, world after type of kick lately. But
That sounds alright.
Game of World is a bitch. It's an idea that is a treasure trove of ideas. And WebDM's video on End of the Worlds also helps. So basically the idea with the apocalyptic civil war is it plays out similar to the American Civil War, but thank you for noticing that meme. That the lead up and the start to this civil war is kind of about the same in our timeline and Magical Frontier.
Sounds alright.
But the kicker is that it escalated rapidly.
Ooh, yeah.
It didn't stop within 5 years. With the introduction of magic, both sides were with the introduction of magic and the involvement of old world powers, mainly those from Europe.
They wiped themselves the fuck out.
Yeah, and really, depending on where you go, technically the Northeast would be quote unquote safe, but the federal government and state government is only able to maintain control of the major cities. As soon as you head out of the major cities, it's kind of, I wouldn't say Mad Max levels.
It's just really bad.
Yeah. Like if you go to a village, they're walled in, and they had the fences ringing the whole town. Kind of deal.
Yeah.
Really bad situation, really, just overall not the greatest situation for anyone and everyone involved.
That sounds alright.
How does this provide context to Magical Frontier? Well, because of the lack of the federal government power, rail barons, ranches, and other groups out west, out in the infinite span of the frontier, is able to take root and take power. Being that without a federal government to check their power, or a state government, or people who are bigger than, honestly, legitimately bigger than the rail barons to keep them in check, the rail barons are basically able to control the towns that their railroads go through.
And no one can stop them.
Exactly.
Because guess what? We own the law.
They own the law, well, in some aspects they do own the law, but in other aspects they don't. Local, like, the starting town, Bighorn, is technically a merchants confederation of several ranches in the local area, deciding to play nice, mostly speaking. So technically they have a sheriff to keep the peace. But the town train station, on the other hand, is owned by the rail baron. And someone owns the title to the rail station.
Whoever owns the title
Owns the station.
Yep.
Which gets into the whole feudalistic setup of the rail barons.
Which could either end great for you or end badly for you.
Exactly. So, and in addition, the ranches were able to take root. Basically, the rail barons only had a certain reach beyond the rail lines. Everything beyond that is either open country owned by the natives, or owned by the ranches. And these ranches are basically small countries. So,
so the thing is like, so these rail barons basically get to do whatever they want for the most part within reason, right?
well, they kind of have to maintain power. They what they do is they technically have as much degrees of freedom as they want, but because the rail line, because they control the goods, they basically control their own heartbeat because of the railroads. They can't do a whole lot of drastic stuff. Technically, they're still rail barons that are absolutely madmen that just
assholes.
That are complete assholes and are able to maintain power just through sheer fear and enslavement and the like.
But their time is coming.
Yeah. Which, given that the world is filled with magically powered people, plus heroes and adventurers. The stuff could be coming to them.
Good. See where that goes, and like in your campaign, I bet if the players decide that they want to stage a political upheaval, which if you have something like that in your game, you most certainly will.
Yeah, well, it's right now. I kind of just want to test the waters with the whole idea of the magical frontier period.
I get it. Don't want to go too far with it.
Like, technically, I have an idea of what will be the local area where, like right now, I don't even have a full-on fleshed out map of the whole world. I'm more running with this is a West March style game, but in all directions. No matter where you go, it's going to be infinite. Even though you can technically go and far enough east, hit the Great River, which is the Mississippi, and head back east. But at that point, you're just basically heading into the eastern version of the frontier.
Mad Max, folks. There was no railroads to save you.
So, and technically the rail barons have some reach over there, but because of the federal government, they have to play nice and actually be like businessmen rather than feudalistic kings and barons. Yeah, I think that'll probably be enough context for the soul for that. It's getting late now, so I'm just trying to get through this.
I get it.
And then the last two things that kind of go together is that I talked about how the rule set I'm using, Tall Tales, doesn't have a whole lot to it.
Yeah.
It's pretty moddable, it's pretty usable. Well, I'm developing a magic system for it.
Yeah, I remember this.
Because literally, in the setting, everyone can use magic.
Welcome to Kessia, Bud Cowboy Edition. It's
Cowboy, yeah.
It's
Hanute.
Yeah. Just to go over the whole concept of the magic system that I'm going with. Everyone has access to they know off the back of their hand 3 spell signs. Basically, they're cantrips in 5e terms. People know how they're stuff that people can use quickly and often. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna say this right now. I'm blatantly stealing from The Witcher a little bit here, so.
No one's judging.
Yeah. So how can I say it? So everyone has access to basically 3 spell signs they have memorized. They can find books of expanded lists of spell signs, which would basically allow them that in the middle of combat they can open up to a page, look at it, do the spell sign, and cast it. Kind of just like a wizard with a spell book. But the restriction of that is you need the book to do anything more than the 3 you have. They take an action in combat to cast, and overall if you don't want to use your guns, but you want to use a spell, it's a secondary option. Another thing about the magic system in Magical Frontier is rituals. Basically, at the start of the day, characters can spend the time and do these little rituals to amp up their character, amp themselves up. If they have the correct materials, they guarantee 12 hours. So basically the whole day that this effect is running. But if not, they have to roll 2d6 plus their wisdom modifier. So it's kind of more of a gambit if you don't have the materials.
It's like, have fun. That's what your wisdom is high enough, boys. That's the only thing that's going to be able to snip your rolls, because your dice might just say, no, screw you.
So that's kind of the way the magic, and similarly to spell signs with their books, rituals are in the same way, but rather, rituals automatically have a book in of themselves. Just so really players have an unlimited amount. It's just what they choose to do with it. So if they need +5 to their initiative, well, they can do the ritual for that. If they need bonus damage, they can do that. So, and this kind of leads into a kind of a class that This is a class I kind of had vague ideas for a little bit.
What's the class?
It's called a magician. Basically, they're the ones that either A, have innate magical power, more amped up innate magical powers, or they trained to become.
He pointed right at the book thinking that's what you were going to talk about. He thought, oh no, they have a book. Nope, everybody has books already.
Yeah.
No.
But instead of say them needing to pull out the book every time they need to cast a spell from it, they kind of have an expanded memorization list. But it's kind of geared in when they use something beyond their natural maximum of 3, they're gonna have to roll to see if they're gonna be able to either A, use it again, or B, have a limited number of uses for each spell beyond that. Which, when they run out, they'll have to roll to see if they'll be able to continue using it until their rest. This would kind of play as a magical enchanter slash general helper.
Utility.
Yeah, their less focus is offense and more like, okay, technically the classes in the base game already have special bonuses and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also going to be a certain point where they don't have the silver bullets to go against X monster. But after research, they know that monster is hurt by enchanted weapons.
Mm-hmm.
The magician will basically be able to perform a ritual, or be able to perform certain rituals and do stuff in combat to amp up the rest of the party,
Mm-hmm.
and let them fight much above their weight class. So that's basically the whole shebang with them.
I think the magician would be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see what impact they have on the world as a whole, considering that magician magic in of itself is a pretty big role playing element. It's a pretty big world building element.
You have anything to interject, Hart?
I think it just might be me being a little bit tired right now. I don't have much to interject on. I do feel a bit excited for races that you do intend to add or have already in Magical Frontier. And I want to see if there's like any stigmatism towards magic users.
Considering like the magic is what caused the Great Collapse.
Mm-hmm. And mages in general.
So I'll have to spend time and think about that now. Now that you brought it up.
Yeah,
Got him.
Yeah, because magic is a really big part of the world that you have to factor in, because it can cause a big shift depending on how it goes. Like for example, taking a D&D world, just getting rid of the idea. For example, material components means literally anyone can use any spell at any time as long as they have the power for it, the power in the world to do it. So it makes some spells just like, oh god, even more so. So.
Yeah, I will kind of say, as of right now, the Magical West, even though I would classify it as high fantasy because of the amount of magic that's available, it's kind of at the dirty gutter punk level of high fantasy. There's magic abound, but there's not particularly powerful magic. The powerful magic that can be done might be a little bit on the volatile end of things.
A little bit.
So, which may or may not be related to the Civil War apocalypse.
Question of the day.
And like, hopefully, if the players take interest in it, they'll, it could be something that they could explore. And I'll bring it into the background. Or at least I'll keep it in the background for them to look at.
Those are alright.
So, I kind of wish that I didn't have anything important happening tomorrow, or we were so late to get into this.
Because we would have talked a lot more about this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I get that. But time management, we'll learn.
But it does give me more time to think about stuff. And I will come back to this and listen to it, because Carl, you bring up some points, and Sen, you bring up some points.
Yeah. But now on to the closing thoughts. So.
Thought detected.
Ha. I mean, I don't have much to say, really.
I want to give some thoughts that I do plan on eventually doing another game sometime. I only have Time is Ominous right now, and I'm player 2, and you guys are in quite a bit of stuff, aren't y'all?
Well, I will say that Onyx is hopefully nearing its halfway point, and if I really wanted to push, it, it could be hitting a third of the quarter of the way towards being finished. If I really wanted to push it.
Yeah. After Onyx, I think, because I'm probably planning on dropping my Pathfinder game, it would just be Wheel of Time and Empire of Dragons.
For me, I'd probably be running Monster Hunter and Underdark. Unless, this is a big unless, because I just thought about this, unless I decided to throw away Monster Hunter for now, like put it in a book, and go back to Shinovar, if that was the case. Which it could, theoretically speaking, but I have too many new players for that to consider that, so...
Yeah.
And there needs to be an evil group at some point, so Underdog's gotta say. So yeah, for now, Shinovar is just on the back burner unless I plan on doing Thursdays or Sundays, and no. This is Thursdays.
Yeah.
New episode tomorrow for Onyx, most likely. If not, I will let my party know, for the most part.
Or we'll, if anything else, if you don't decide to do it, week off for everyone, get to relax, stuff like that.
True. Depends on how I wake up tomorrow. I'll say that. It would depend on how I wake up tomorrow. If I wake up tomorrow and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna have anything planned for Onyx by the time the session rolls over, then I'll just pause it. I'll just put a pause on it for now.
Hey, an idea could be you could do some Shinovar things.
Yeah, but I have...
I mean, Shinovar's just a one-on-one right now.
Yes, but I have nothing planned.
You do.
I have some stuff planned, but I have nothing. But I have to modify stuff because I realized A, I got my lore wrong, and B,
An improv with one person is a lot easier to do than improv with 6.
I did it though. Anyway, true. The only problem is that, see, I look at Shiver and I'm like, all these character ones, like, I have to do these because these characters need it. At the same time, it's like, I want to get back to the big stuff. It's like I want you guys to meet back up with Darius and meet Theron again and see how his story is progressing and meet these different characters who are gonna play a factor sometime. But yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Saturday.
The first session of your Pathfinder game, which I will be in.
Finally!
Yeah.
That'll give me something else to talk about.
Yep.
Aside from Magical Frontier and hyping that up. Currently I'll be able to get back behind a DM screen and run Pathfinder. I hope to be able to blow everyone's socks off. So, taking a slight pause with wheel time.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, slight pauses in. What exactly?
I said you were getting off the traveling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah.
I was actually about to say, oh, what?
Yeah, me pausing wheel time? What's this?
And then, just sort of, I wouldn't say play it by ear, but just...
I'll probably run them on, like, Tuesdays or Sundays.
Okay.
Or Fridays when they start to clear up. I don't know. That Pathfinder 2E is going to be a drag, though. It's not because of the DM, it's because of the system.
What's wrong with 2E?
There's nothing wrong with 2E. It's just very new, and I'd rather take it when it gets older.
Why? I mean, sometimes it's better to get into stuff when it's new. I mean, technically speaking, 5E, despite being like 4 years.
But it's gonna be so much better when it gets older. It's
5E.
already good now.
5e, despite being 4 years old at this point, is relatively.
I want it to be like a fine wine when I open it up. I want it to have fermented for a while.
Wow.
And then, as soon as Onyx wraps up.
Probably Friday, probably break.
Yeah.
Well, I say that, but I don't know for sure. It depends on how I feel at the end of Onyx, because.
I mean, like, I'm gonna say this right now. Feeling right now at 20 minutes past midnight right now. How you feeling?
I'm feeling.
I feel that I love Onyx, but I'm starting to worry if it's going to pull another Shinover where it's going to be the game that makes me burn out, and I'm like, nope, there's no burnout allowed because I'm a DM, I can't burn out.
Well, the best way to counter a burnout is change things up, put your feet up, try to get some rest somewhere else.
Rest? What's that? I say this having class at 11:15 tomorrow.
I think we should end it here, guys.
Yeah.
All right. With that, thank you everybody for watching. If you listen to this during the live stream, I'm shocked because I didn't notice you were there. But thank you for listening.
There's no one else there.
You're here for the recording. Congrats, you did it.
Yep.
Be proud of yourself.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. We hope to see you. We hope to see you guys next week, which we will figure out what we're gonna do next week. Probably to be something fun once again.
Probably be a little bit shorter.
But I'm Sen.
This is Perry.
I'm Unkar.
And we'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.